I sort of did a quadruple save yesterday, so it's all good, and it auto-save when you quit anyway, so let's continue. Today, I'd like to find a fridge for a body. And you stop talking to yourself. Hey, I know that feeling. Many small streamers know that feeling. Also, that's how I feel sometimes when I'm GMing. Is anyone listening to me? Are any of you idiots actually paying attention? Probably not is the answer to that question. Something did occur to me, however. In that, as I'm attempting to become more of a reputable officer of the law, and get over the compulsive need to say sorry all the time, I'm actually going to put a point in this point and maybe my next point into authority to get it to 5. I know I'm wearing something right now that lowers my authority score. The glasses, okay. So the glasses are logic, plus logic minus authority. You know what? Let's mix it up. Let's put these neat office shades on. Oh yeah. I think I'm good. I'd really like the gardening gloves, and I can't fully explain why, but I really like them. So now I should be at 4 authority? Yes, 4 authority. Grand. Right, so I realised also about half an hour before the stream started that I need to do something with the radio.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, a metallic
that's
drawer,
not what I wanted.
a pull-out toolbox.
Radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
The serial number, please. Could you run a serial number from a pair of armoured boots for me?
Sure, officer. What's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it.
E50.100.1000. The make and model of the number is Fairweather T500VE.
Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have dug up something useful by then.
Wait, what's ICP?
The International Collaboration Police? They keep detailed records of all military technology produced by licensed manufacturers. That's one of the reasons the Moral Intern spearheaded the creation of the ICP in the first place.
I'm done with the radio for now.
57's over and out.
Her voice disappears into the void.
In the cabin, you see...
So I've had some thoughts about the woman with the gun. I've got 3 working theories right now. I'm also going to take the long way around to see if I can find any rubbish to sell. One, the theory I thought of yesterday is that my gun was purchased by the woman who has been doing the drug smuggling. But also I realised it could be the assault victim herself has bought the gun for self-defense. Or, and this is the more worrying thought, so we're pretty sure this is one of the mercenaries. The radio operator is also a woman, and I'm wondering if she may have bought the gun to frame the RCM when they go around indiscriminately killing people. No, the stairs, please. See if there's anyone in this office. I don't actually want to go into the docks per se, I just want to grab the bottles to sell them that are on top of the wall. Okay, there's no one in here. Cool. I'm hoping by the end of the stream that we'll finish day 2 afternoon, and that we'll have done a maybe have conducted more of an autopsy, found the thing we're missing, as well as I looked into how to get to the secret passages. That seems reasonably easy. And it also allows me to talk to a witness I've been trying to figure out how to talk to for basically all of day 2. Do you have a set amount of days? I don't know. I don't think so. but at the same time, I just don't know. I think that the time mechanic is there purely for. I'm going to check this out. I'm thinking about it actually. Purely so that, you know, the street's clear by 2 a.m. I have to meet that guy in his apartment at 9 p.m. I think it's there more for verisimilitude, but I don't know. I'm actually looking that up right now. Every line of dialogue advances time by 23 seconds. Oh, so this you begin at 8 a.m. day 1. The street's empty at 9 p.m. Nearly everyone is in bed by 10 p.m. The clock just stops at 2 a.m. Okay. Game pressure guides. Is there a time limit? This page professes to answer if there's a time limit. It does not actually say if there is a time limit. So the clock stops at 2 a.m. and all you have to do at that point is just go to bed to progress, but you can keep playing. I did not realize this. It does not explain some things very clearly. It looks like the only objective, task, whatever you wish to call it, that I have to do is just find the money by 9 p.m. each day. Okay, so I don't think there's a time limit. Hey, Angel. So that's a weight off my mind. Just obviously the money thing is an issue. And obviously I'm getting through like half a day per stream, so it's going to take a while anyway. As I said at the start, this is, I think, going to take somewhere between 40 and 60 hours according to how long to beat. I don't play things particularly swiftly, so expect it to trend closer to the 50/60 hours. I still need to do this. I don't know where the sad song is. I thought it'd be in the pawnbroker's place, but there we go. Can't do it. I think some of these are also like elsewhere, because I don't have access to the shacks or the church right now. I only have access to the waterfront, because the water lock down here is I'm legally obliged to say nice. Nice. Thank you, Byron. Also, these two areas look a bit smaller than what I'm currently working with, so I'm working off the theory that the waterfront's quite possibly the largest area in the game. Also, I can fast travel in this. I think I mentioned that the director's cut added fast travel. Anyway, let us continue. I need to get a fridge. Went out drinking last night, stay up late. Ari, you stop out, you. Right, as time doesn't progress unless I'm in dialogue, I'm actually going to go and see if I can get anything on the top of Kuno's shack. I also don't know how to get up to the roof, because I'd like to talk to this woman. If you remember, she was the The first person I spoke to in the game, and she said I'd have to speak to her because she's a suspect or a witness or something, and I don't have to get to the roof. How long's that? 42%, good lord. Okay, well, that's going to take a while. Is it this? Yeah. I mentioned this at the end of last stream when I think Unstable House was only here, but for the week of for the week starting the 14th, so a week on Monday, Valentine's, I may stream every day that week just so I can play my special Valentine's Day game stream, as well as get, you know, progress made on this. I'm walking because the game told me to walk. I don't know if you actually have to walk. Okay, I didn't know if I could pick those up. Also, I swapped the encoder over to the integrated chipset, and I think it's helping. OBS is no longer freaking out when I load new areas. Or when I load into different areas. So I don't know if that's going to translate to anything on stream. But cured pig's head, it looks mummified. The poster says, get out of the way or get fucked up. Okay. Silver plate with traces of bone yellow powder.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you.
Someone has taken narcotics here. Perhaps the police should interfere.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However...
He points to the ladder in the corner.
But that there was an interesting find. An alternative path into the harbor that the kid uses. Well done.
Thank you, Kim. I need the lieutenant's approval. I need it so bad. I need him to like me, chat. He's just so effortlessly cool. Regardless, I think I've picked up everything I can. So let's go and see if I earn enough money. Don't mind me just walking around my crowbar and my rubbish bag and my gardening gloves. In fact, I should probably put that away because I get bonuses if I'm empty-handed. Just checking something. So I realised, by the way, I realised that the cap on how many times you can learn a skill is tied to your ranking in said skill. So I've got rank 3 in intellect, so these can only go up to 3 ranks, for example. That took me far longer than it should have done. I looked at the Steam reviews for this out of curiosity. Was this the tear machine?
The tear machine
Yes.
stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
Right, I need to sell way more stuff. Okay. I need 7 real from somewhere. Hang on, I need to check because I'd really rather like to have a bed at the end of the night. Okay, no, it's literally just all of this stuff and the bottles you pick up. However, that guide / page did remind me that there's a heck ton of bottles in the gate in our room in the Whirling and Rags. Let's go and clean that up a little bit, shall we? Probably not enough to get me to the 20 real I need, but still. What happens if you I guess you just have to sleep outside. I'm leaving all this be for now because I'd rather find out about the body first. I'd rather have all the facts I possibly can about the crime before interviewing the suspects and or witnesses. Okay, so that's her room. How do you get to this? Is that... No, that's not roof access because it doesn't allow it. No, there's no roof access from the balcony. There's a weird black square at the top left of the screen I'm trying not to worry about. Maybe I shouldn't have been so free with my money on the first day. I didn't realise that there'd be so many books to pick up. I can't pick them up. Dang it! Kim tries not to look at your broken down bathroom door.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore.
The tap is running in the background.
The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor, where unidentifiable sludge makes it hard for him to breathe. Smells of vomit in here.
I did it my way. I'm sorry for this.
No problem, officer.
He takes a step towards the door like he'd like to leave. Okay, so I can't pick up any of these bottles, so that's fantastic. The game pressure guide misled me. Doesn't happen often. They're usually pretty consistent. That's the witness's
The door
room.
is closed.
Yep. Still don't know how to get to the roof. Interesting, interesting. Anyway, let's continue on. If anyone has any ideas about how to make money in this game, please do tell me, because I still am, what, just over 6.5 real short? I guess I could sell the clothes I don't need, actually, in all fairness. Let's see how much they're worth. If you're wondering, by the way, you can buy the soundtrack for the game. Oh, they don't have a monetary value. Interesting. Anyway, I need a fridge. Hopefully this woman can help. If you want to listen to a soundtrack that I can simply describe as sad, you can do so.
Is this about the questions again?
Oh, hang on, I need to quick save.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
She puts down the magazine. Does Fritter have a warehouse in the back of the Whirling and Rags?
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
Come on, give me something to work with here.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
She turns back to her magazine without waiting for you to respond. Do you have a fridge?
Mm-hmm. right behind you.
She nods towards the buzzing machine in the corner. I need to store a corpse there.
You're joking, right?
Measure the fridge with your fingers while I close. Never mind. It would not. It would never fit. No, I'm not joking. I need to store the corpse of a hanged man the hanged man in your fridge.
Okay. It wouldn't even fit, you know.
Now that I'm looking at it, maybe a glass-doored fridge in a public grocery store isn't the best option for storing a corpse.
I guess you're right. Plus, the fridge is too small anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to talk to Kuno, chat. I have to talk to Kuno about a fridge. I have to talk to a boy about a fridge to store a dead body in. I am looking forward to you actually relaxing. I'm not even going to ask if you want to play board games or anything. We're just going to have a nice relaxing weekend while I slowly get anxious about running D&D for children. It's going to be fantastic. Some other local kid. Hey, I know another local child. That came out weird. I apologise.
Whoa. What have we here?
A bridge.
A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
Whatever, let death come. Kim, looks like we've got a construction code violation.
True. They never cleaned up the wall damage. The rest of Relachel looks better, though.
But Lieutenant, think about the splinters.
The bridge is fine enough. Locals use it all the time, after all. It's nothing to worry about. Shall we?
He adjusts his glasses. Hey! Cindy, the skull.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Is that bed in the coal room yours?
Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
It's not the nicest place, but I guess it'll have to do.
It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
She looks at the paint dripping down the wall. Don't you have a real home?
Does anyone in a city like this?
She replies wistfully, looking around. Really? You're a miner?
Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens.
Cool, I have other questions.
Shoot, Piggy.
Okay, I guess maybe the cleaning lady might know something. It just says local kids. I don't know any other children apart from Kuno and Kuno S. Sorry, the Kuno. Talk to the lady.
Give me a moment.
Ah. The graffito says a firing squad for the rich. Please don't do that. Okay, I'm sorry. I immediately retract my bad impersonation of a scouse. Oh, scouser, I guess, technically. Exit, please. It was a good impersonation, that's the scary thing. I mean, I have been living here for nearly 10 years. In my defense. No, actually, while I'm here. Oh, can I do anything with this? Is this a tool thing? Do I need to be holding a specific tool? Well, that's cool. I like the torch. Or flashlight, if you prefer. The longer people live together, the more they merge into a hive mind. That's true. Yeah, we're just basically the same person at this point. Hey, small child.
Trying to sneak up on me again? Trying to snuff me out? Get away, pig!
I wish I could both snuff you out and get away from you. Unfortunately, you're kind of at the crime scene, so I have to be in your general vicinity. Oh, hey, there's another child over here. The book is titled Man from Hjelmdal and the Wildfire.
Hello again, sir.
Say, child, you wouldn't happen to know a good fridge, would you?
A fridge?
Yeah, it's like a big fridge a cop could put a dead body into.
You mean like the ice bear fridge? Man, that's scary.
Ice bear fridge?
Yes, like a bear, but white. There's a fridge below the building in the basement, with red glowing eyes. I went back there once, behind the bookstore. Mum doesn't want me to go there anymore. Not that I want to. It was pretty scary.
And there's a big fridge there?
Yes.
One more thing, how do I get inside the building?
That's a problem. The only way in is through the bookstore, but my mum is pretty strict about not letting anyone in. But I don't know, you're a policeman. Maybe you can convince her somehow.
Hey, she says she says it with admiration, eyeing you up and down. Chat, I'm going to ask you a very serious question, incredibly serious question right now. Could you say no to this face? Like, if I came in looking like this and asked you if I could possibly go through the bookstore to the basement, would you say no? That's a face you can trust.
Anyway.
She looks around again, her nose is red from the cold. yes, I would say no. Hey Des, how you doing? Apparently you can shave, and I'm not sure I want to. I think that might make everything worse. Right, I need to unequip the bag, because this may be a suggestion check, and I get +1 to suggestion when I'm not holding anything.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance.
The clock extends a greeting. I mean, I hardly ever send it to your actual face? Well, that's just a mistake on your part.
Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
No thanks, leave. Before we go on, you seem to be well off enough. Can you give me some money? I feel there won't be an opportune moment to ask later.
Sir, don't be ridiculous. I certainly will not give you money. I would be doing you a grave psychic disfavour.
Oh yeah, the name of the shop is fantastic. She gives you a disapproving look.
One has to earn one's success, even if one is a police officer. Handouts are nothing but manipulation. All they do is make you dependent.
Then I'm dependent. I need to pay for my room at the Whirling. So are you the owner of this store?
I am. The proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Her voice is high-pitched, as if to give it more penetration. The girl outside mentioned this place is cursed.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette?
She blinks.
I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
Yes, that is a very conservative viewpoint. Ah, no, benefits just make you dependent. Your daughter is the one standing outside the store, right?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post, doing her job like a proper girl?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
I'm not going to grade a human being, I don't do that. 10. She's certainly very polite and helpful.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
She's immensely satisfied with the answer. I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labour. The way you're handling her strikes me as wrong.
Mind your own business, sir.
Her posture becomes very
In
rigid.
our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children. It's none of your or anyone's business.
Sounds like Daffy.
Denial is the way she copes with criticism.
Yeah, I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labour.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening.
Depends. How much do you pay the kid?
Good sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her, as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
Oh, I guess I was mistaken.
Indeed. Are we done with the jokes now?
Her voice is decisive and sharp as a knife.
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
Okay, let's change the subject.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
I feel like I'm making the lieutenant like me less, and I want him to like me more. I was told there's a huge fridge in the building's cellar. Can you lead me there?
A fridge? No, I don't know anything about a fridge. Aren't you interested in books?
She fidgets with her pendant, nods at the bookshelves.
For whatever reason, she's lying to you about the fridge. Seems like you have to find your own way to the cellar.
What if I want to buy a book?
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go. Get back there. The books await you.
I stopped because I need money for shelter. Why can she not understand this? What types of books do you have?
Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
Alright, I'll take a look.
She
then.
smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Farewell for now, book peddler. I'm just going this way.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Shopkeeper, what's behind the curtains?
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
Lady, you're not hypnotizing me, you're just playing with your necklace.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Examine the strange cage-like trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you.
I mean, I'm compelled to browse bookshelves, seems legit. I spent a lot of time yesterday in-game browsing the bookshelves, though.
Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
I'm going to save before opening the curtains. Manual save, not quick save.
The curtains, tattered with
Open
ink.
them.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Her hand has closed around her pendant, her fingers nervously playing with the talisman, as if she knows that it's cursed, but she just won't let me into the cursed area.
Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
This is about the curse. That's why you're afraid?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
She's almost begging you. I've heard there's a fridge there that I need.
Everybody suddenly needs something from there. Leave the curtains be. It's what it wants.
Ma'am, this is different. I'm a police officer. I need to get in there.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
She stops abruptly as her hand flies over her mouth, baffled by her own bluntness.
I am sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
Ah, the powers.
The curtains do seem frail suddenly, not robust enough to contain a slippery darkness.
I'm just going to say, if there is an eldritch horror chilling back there, as Angel Wraith has suggested, I want to snug it. Also, the skill icon for savoir-faire is kind of an eldritch horror in and of itself, so... I'm just going to open them.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
I'm just going to open them.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
I warned you! You're unleashing forces beyond your understanding!
Ah, shoot. The YouTube audience is here. Ghostly silhouettes of hairdryers. Vaguely androgynous portrait of a man. Merely looking at that unmanly haircut threatens your masculinity. Oh no, my masculinity. Whatever shall I do?
A heavy door with
Flick.
a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Knock on the door.
Only an echo. No one is there. A hollowed out, dark echo.
Okay, so there's an empty space behind it. I'm going to save the game. No, you know what? I'm going to equip the pry bar first. I'm going to quick save. And then we're going to save scum.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
That was worth watching. Unfortunately, we'll have to watch that every time I fail
Ow,
the check.
shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt?
I'm actually going to go back and talk to her, see if she has a key for the door first, before trying that again. Because it just seems like maybe she has a key for it. And now that I've unleashed untold eldritch horrors from the basement, it doesn't matter if she gives it to me. The key, that is.
I wasn't kidding when I said we're parapsychologically done. You clearly don't care about the consequences. What gives you the right?
I'm the law.
Don't expect my help from now on. The back door is locked and I threw away the key. I won't trifle with such forces.
She fiddles with a pendant. Did you throw it away or did you put it in your pendant?
Do look at the books, though. The books compel you. You may be able to make up for this by buying a lot of books. I hope you're a voracious reader.
I'm just going to go and see if her daughter knows where the key is. That seems like the kind of thing that a child might know. Or should a Kuno. Hey, Annette.
Hello again, sir.
Absolutely she does not. Nope. I don't know if I have to have this equipped to search bins, so that's why I keep equipping it.
The dented yellow mailbox greet.
Right, what's this task called? Fridge victim's body. I'm just going to see if there is an actual key or if it's just you break the door down. It's the kind of game where I'm assuming there is an actual key. Because there are multiple ways to do everything. I'm just checking. Okay, no, it looks like you have to buy loads of books, possibly, or just break the door down. So I'm just going to break the door now. fridge victim makes them sound like the victim of the fridge. Isn't it an evil fridge? It may be. Perhaps. Keep pressing the wrong button. Quick save. And now we attempt this several times, and we get to watch the
cutscene. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. Ow. It appears to be locked. Ow. Shoot. Whose moronic idea was...
Reminder, it's slightly less than 1 in 5, so we get to watch this a couple of times. And it's going to hurt every time.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you,
nope, that's
covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Wait, this is a physical instrument. I have clothing to help with this. It is time. Some fridges are truly unspeakably evil. Yep, they truly unspeakably are. Worst thing about fridges is when you have one delivered, you can't plug it in straight away. You have to leave it 24 hours for the coolant to settle properly. Where is it? It's this, right? This is a physical instrument. It's the only one, though. Right, quick save once more.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets.
Didn't actually alter my chance to break through, so I might be misreading the.
Ow!
Oh, it's pain threshold. It's a different skill. Whoops, that's on me. I'll change back to the shirt while I'm thinking about it. I don't have anything for pain threshold, as far as I can recall. Nah. Try again.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Ow.
Oh,
I did it. You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side, but you've done it.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
I have to. Smash into the door and shout, "Fuck, it hurts." I don't think the lieutenant's going to like us after this. I just need his approval.
What is this place?
The lieutenant stares at the dusty training equipment. No idea, Kim, but my head hurts. My head hurts. Bad.
You didn't have to ram the door down, you know? No one's been here for ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out of your bag before we move on.
Some specks of dust shimmer in a faint beam of daylight falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark. An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Let's just keep going. I'm sure it's just a regular abandoned house, nothing mysterious here.
Sounds good.
Sand is dripping from a punch bag. I have a bool! I have a bool! I have a replacement! Smells like leather and sweat. Poster says Citius Fortis, the rest is worn off. Worn out wall bars, they look unsafe.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
I wonder why my head hurts. Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter?
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone.
Boxing or sports of some kind. Yeah, I wish we could have just exercised the door open.
It's just a memory.
Oh, you know I'm going to do this. I crave Kim's approval.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor,
Nope.
like a dog for its master.
I didn't actually see what number it had gone up to.
You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous. Your hands slick with sweat. Turn.
It's probably not worth it. I probably won't be able. I probably won't be able to do it in a timely fashion. Considering I can get up to 3. Actually, just thinking about it, I can get my physical instrument up to 3. I'd need... Oh, okay. Well,
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
yeah, I just need to do it 40 times. It's all good. It's an 8% chance. Because I need a double 6 or a 5 and a 6. That's it. That's all I've got. One more try. Yeah, it's not going to happen. I'm just going to reload and we'll continue.
You manage.
You know what, chat? 3rd time's the charm, and then I will actually move on.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor,
Never mind.
like a
That's
dog
it.
for
That
its
was the last
master.
try. We're not doing that. I think there's a dialogue option I can pick, so I'll go with that, and then we'll just leave the barbells alone without breaking poor Harry's wrist. Put the shirt back on.
The barbell waits
Kim, it's a
patiently
trap.
on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Sorry, look, Kim, it's a trap. There are no collars on the barbell. How about this? Oh, hey, meditation time. Okay, so you got 15 seconds to vote on raising or lowering my stats. You can raise one and lower another at the same time. That's it. I realize I should have said that before clicking the button. I don't know if that gave you long enough. They are the same. They have not changed. Hang on, maybe it's because I'm in a conversation. A dialogue screen. They did not change. And there's a 3-minute cooldown. I messed up. I'm so very sorry. Why am I like this? By the time I finished exploring this building, the cooldown will be gone, so I'll do it then. The hallway is blocked by old window panes and debris. Suddenly we're playing a survival horror game. Don't worry about it, I have 150,000 more points. A large demijohn full of strange liquid. Unfortunately, it's on an hour cooldown, that redemption. Wild animals stare at you in the dark, stuffed and mounted. Nope. Nope. Airship rotors covered in spiderwebs. They remind you of blades. Hey, Kim, how are you feeling about this?
Yes?
I want to talk about you.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
We'll work better together if we have more rapport.
That's a fair point. Alright, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
Kim, you're wearing a Revolutionary Air Brigade jacket, aren't you?
What? This? It's just seasonal clothing.
He zips up the large collar. And those look like airman pants, good for storing tools in.
Where is this going?
You see, Kim, I have this place in my head where I develop new ideas and connections.
Interesting. I think it's called the brain.
Dang it, he's so smart.
It's no mere brain.
No, it's more than that, anyway.
Anyway.
In this special place, I have come to suspect that you have some kind of thing with the Revolutionary Air Brigades. I do not have a thing with Revolutionary Air Brigades in particular. Just air brigades, then?
Okay, I wanted to become an aerostatic pilot. Then I turned 10 and realized we no longer have an air force.
Thank you. My mind is satisfied. Point your head again.
Good.
Do you ever talk with yourself?
What do you mean?
You know, when you're thinking, do you ever have conversations with, like, your brain? Have a good afternoon, babe. We're here if you need us. Enjoy the creepy room? Oh, I am. Don't worry.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary. The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic. But this isn't an old school case.
I get it. You're one of those old school detectives. Nod respectfully.
So what? That makes you the new school? God spare us.
See, that's not how I took that line. But okay, cool game. Pigeonhole me in that route.
For real detective work, nothing beats a good notebook by your side.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages.
When did I last save? I'm reloading the save. We're having this conversation again. Now I know that that line is treated as dismissive. I'm going to pick something else. And this is the problem I have with text-heavy RPGs. I don't know if it's just me, because I don't pick up on clues or social cues, but a lot of the time... Oh, we're sharing space. We're going to have the conversation in the same place as well. Like, I'll click on an option thinking it's going to be taken in one way, and then it's taken in a completely different way, and it kind of annoys me. Like with Joyce yesterday. For what it's worth, I didn't pick on the dismissive quality either. Thank you. Like with Joyce yesterday, where I said that I don't care. I thought that was going to be like, I don't care about your beliefs. I respect you as a person.
Yes.
Not as in I just don't care at all about you. Want to talk about you?
Me?
Yes.
I don't see how my life is...
Rapport.
That's a...
Revolutionary
What?
Air.
Where
yes.
is this going?
New connections.
Interesting. I think it's...
More
Anyway.
than that. Revolutionary Air Brigades.
Okay,
Air
I
Brigades.
wanted to become an aero...
Mind
Good.
satisfied. Do you ever talk to yourself?
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about.
How do you know? You know.
What?
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages.
Wow, I failed the test that time around.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. What? Think?
The lieutenant produces...
Good.
Oops.
Let's change. What about me? What do you mean? I have no idea. I can't...
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook.
Not even getting the option
and
now.
Good.
Okay, I'm going to reload the save just because I don't know how that affected my relationship with him. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, I don't like it when they do that. I like it when games, even if they like with Mass Effect and Dragon Age, right? Well, the later Mass Effect, later Dragon Age games. No, this way. They give you the tone of the conversation option. Right. Kim, we're going to talk again.
Yes?
Talk about you.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't see how my...
Rapport.
That's a fair... What?
Revolutionary air jacket.
This?
Diamond
Where is
pants.
this going? Interesting.
one.
I think it's called the brain.
More than
Anyway.
That option, just
Okay,
abrogates.
I wanted to become an aerostatic pilot. Then I turned 10 and realized we no longer have an air force.
I'm going to go with option 1. Why not?
Of course. Here's my gun and badge. They'll put me in the chest for this. But it feels good to have it off my chest.
Well, that text didn't match up with what he said at all.
Good.
Do you ever talk to yourself?
What do you mean?
Was it
I
like
have
a
no
brain?
idea what you're talking about.
So how do you know? How do you tap the side of your head?
What? Think?
The lieutenant produces his small blue
Okay,
notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages.
We'll talk until our relationship improves. Thanks, straight we will. It's not one of the stats here, unfortunately, but it would be nice if it were. You're wearing glasses.
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
Oh, as in, no, I don't feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this. Got it. Just observing.
I guess you don't need glasses, then.
You don't look like other people around here.
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
What is Seoul?
It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity, and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting.
You're really making it sound uninteresting. I still want to know more about Seoul.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholière.
Again, to me, that didn't... I just wanted to know more about the lore of the world. I wasn't assuming he was fluent in the language. Also, my webcam is blurry again. Apparently, this is just press bubbles as buttons in conversation options with unclear dialogue, the stream. Gah, it's annoying. That's all.
Good. Let's change the subject.
Yeah, maybe it does just respond that way. Naked mannequin torso, strange yellow colour. Oh, hang on. Can I equip this? Oh. That's a lot of money.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural.
Project Dread.
Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
True, here's a character with his own biases. I'm going to inspect the notes.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: Call in, Tune Out, Wirral Untethered, and Heat Death of the Universe.
The real horror.
The full text reads, Heat Death of the Universe is the new black. Another note says, the biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s.
Inspect the drawings.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of Welkins. You make out autumnal candle Welkins casting wax-based magic. Translucent Welkins with organs shining under their skin. And even ether Welkins hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space.
I've always pronounced it sidereal.
Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? One of the Welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Examine the Welkin. This is important.
It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note says
now we have Exalted.
all
Exactly.
non-Welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Tuorg, The humans and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures.
How would anyone spend so much time on this?
Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game.
Whisper, one of them is a Welkin supremacist.
Mm-hmm. Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too.
The lieutenant nods at the Welkin's facial hair. Who are these creatures? Who drew them? Are they real? I have so many questions.
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
Oh yeah, Sailor Exalted 100% are supremacists, as are Dragon-Blooded for that matter. Well, this has been educational. Let's move on from the Welkins.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
Okay, so he's a nerd. Got it. Inspect the photos.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine. A much-needed respite from our own world.
I don't know who dropped the Ice 9, but someone almost certainly did.
A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
Inspect the schedule.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal.
Keep reading. What happened?
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
The lieutenant looks at the frigid ice field of nothingness.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
Says the lieutenant, watching you circle around the machine. He sounds surprised and a bit cautious.
What he means is that these things cost money. Why would anyone just leave it behind?
But we are looking for a fridge, and we are pressed for time, so...
On the other hand, it's not that I'm not interested in abandoned radio computers. This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible printer.
Do you think I should turn it on?
Maybe the body has stopped decomposing somehow. I don't know. You're in charge of this expedition, officer.
You can always do it after the fridge.
It's true, I can. Blue velvet soft to the touch, moth bitten. Scribbled across a notebook, developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe. Uh-oh. I did something. Oh, I didn't realise that would be leaving the area. Oh, this is the basement, I assume. Ooh, funny. There's the bear.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy? This must be the fridge you were told about. Look inside. See if it's big enough for the corpse.
Haven't passed through the looking glass. How's Wonderland? Apparently it's unbearable. Crack open the door.
A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Relax, Kim. It's the fridge, remember?
Of course. A giant ice bear-shaped fridge.
He relaxes his hand, his face bathed in the harsh light of the open fridge door.
Just what we were looking for. Let's see what's inside.
Look inside the refrigerator.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
This is clearly the fridge. It looks big enough for 2 corpses.
It's certainly an eccentric choice, but it is capacious and cold enough, too.
But the optics on this are awful, he thinks. We need to be as silent as we can. Your visual confirms you could fit 2 more bodies in the ice bear fridge.
Shall we go and get the body, then? I'll take the head, you take the feet. The stairs won't be easy, but we'll manage.
I wanted to do the other options, but okay, let's do this.
The body is heavier and stinkier. It takes half an hour then 10 minutes to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your handiwork.
Beautiful. A dead body in an ice bear fridge. This is some of the best bodice work I've ever done.
I'm not sure I believe you.
Of course you don't. Look at that. What have we done? We stuffed a dead body in an ice bear fridge. This does not leave this room.
He means it. He doesn't want to be the ice bear cop.
This isn't police work, Kim. It's art. We did our best with the means at our disposal.
Did we, though? Okay, maybe we did. At least we've stopped the body from decomposing further. Now you can conduct another inspection under controlled circumstances.
Inside the icy realm of the ice bear fridge, the corpse stands slumped, waiting.
Take the note from the door.
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Examine one of the ice cream wrappers in there.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge, or the decomposing body in it. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate. Even under this stench, you can feel it.
What is a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar in the first place?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
The lieutenant reaches for one of the wrappers. He studies it in the light. So they tried to sell ice cream from this hyper-carnivore.
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The lieutenant points at the red snaky cable running from the fridge.
The electricity bill must be catastrophic. On the other hand, it did help us with a certain corpse situation.
Lucky us. Indeed. Refrigerated meat is much better for coroner's work.
You know the drill by now.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over. You touch the dead man's body. His skin is cold.
Luckily it's a 58% chance, so... I don't think I've got anything that can boost perception, so we're going to keep rolling the dice.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly. You touch the dead man's body.
Gosh dang it, 58% chance. Why are you like this? Took me an hour, chat, but there is a body in a fridge. We're making progress.
The bear's eyes are still glowing. Your arm reaches out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, dead flesh through the latex glove. It's right under the palm of your hand.
Incredible. What is this?
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a rubber spider, your gloved hand crawls on his features. Everything is silent, all around.
I'm going to put my fingers in his mouth peel because it's just less squicky than the other two. Put my arms through the door as well, apparently.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track.
Play with it. This feels right.
The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, fragile, even through the latex. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums and in the back of the mouth. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in.
Open your eyes and look.
A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from his throat. And there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened. An abrasion collar. This is what we're after.
Say, abrasion collar.
Abrasion collar.
The lieutenant looks in. There's a pen in his hand. His notebook is open at the copy paper. Touch it with your finger, gently.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound.
Put your finger in.
Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
Feel around first.
The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex.
Push deeper.
Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres.
Did this guy get shot in the mouth? There's a cavity cut right between the hemispheres.
The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper.
Push deeper.
Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow.
Wriggle in.
Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper, until you feel it on the tip of your finger. Ice-cold serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into your finger.
I feel a solid object right under the skull.
Can you get to it?
He searches his pockets for something. Inspect the skull first.
There's a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it, from the inside. The object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
Don't fail me now. Hey! Nearly got snake eyes. Time to pull the bullet out, I assume.
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. It feels sharp, like metal. With your face twisting from pain and concentration, all you need to do is just...
Whisper, I got it.
Good, good.
The fridge in the background buzzes with excitement. Slowly pull your fingers out.
The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood right up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead.
A bullet.
The lieutenant puts a small bag marked evidence under it. Gonna drop that bad boy in there?
bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber. Rifled. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
Can I have it?
Of course. You deserve it.
The lieutenant drops the bag in your hand. It feels light.
We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound?
Sounds about right.
Opinion, fatal injury.
Agreed.
And one last thing. We can now fill in injury number 3. Ligament mark. Opinion, non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
Treatment?
Treatment, officer, is an attempt to manipulate the body after death, to hide the real cause with a false cause. In this case, this injury here.
He points to the mark encircling the corpse's neck. The ligament mark, the fractured hyoid bone. It was all treatment.
Yes, and the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
Agreed.
I have had my doubts since you showed me the tracks. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him, I thought. There was no satisfying explanation. There have been other signs too. Small things. We were right not to assign hanging as cause of death, as the perpetrators expected we would. No such luck for them.
Secret task, find the bullet before you get fooled. Ah, yeah, I did that, chat. I'm also going to put another point in authority. Maybe now I can be vaguely authoritative. Oops. Oh, it's already accepted the changes. Cool.
We didn't fall for it, he thinks. There's pride in there. There is, of course, the very real possibility he was both shot and hanged.
Who would do this?
That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier.
Why would anyone do this?
To hide something. The real killer? The real motivation? What really happened here?
Maybe they just shot him while they hanged him.
To put him out of his misery? It's possible, but it doesn't explain all the other dubious things here. Lack of struggle, primarily.
That was my big sticking
I
point.
may be intellectually sloppy, but I prefer one theory at a time. And this just smacks of treatment to me.
The absolute lack of struggle when being hung, especially by someone we now know to be a mercenary, that was not entirely jiving. I need to wash myself.
Oh, you really, really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
I'm running out of time and I don't have the money. I can sell some stuff actually to make the 20 real. Maybe the bullet holds more answers.
Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
What happens next?
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day.
You'll be gone? What should I do in the meantime?
Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
He looks you in the eye. Wait, I just got an achievement. Goodest of the good cops. Really get Kim to trust you. Oh, chat, he loves us. He really loves us. My day's made.
The word lingers in the air of the basement. Far away, ice cream makers are buzzing, and the sea wind blows outside. Detective.
Yes! Validation from the bro.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks, and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
We're going to do a couple of other things first, I think, but then we'll let Kim take the body.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found. Beside his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny, shriveled head of cauliflower.
Feel the bullet through the bag.
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag.
What do I do with you, Bullet?
What?
The lieutenant steps closer. I said, what do I do with you, Bullet?
Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say find the weapon that shot me.
Good idea.
If we find who owns it, we will have likely found who used it, possibly to kill our victim. In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
Inspect the bullet closer.
The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
Look at the jacket.
You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard.
Did my gun do this? And the core?
It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
What can you say about the bullet so far?
It's a jacketed bullet, close to 5 mm in diameter.
A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle.
Whew, I did not do
Not
this.
from a muzzleloader, like those typically found on the streets of Martinez. Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
Something tells you that won't be any time soon. This'll have to be one of those epic tasks that's open for a while.
Put the bullet away. Quick save.
The bullet is still safely sealed. You can't remember what happened last week.
Why do you think you can remember a firearm model? You know what, game? That's a fair point. JHP? Question mark?
The bullet is still safely sealed.
This is again just to save time. Oh, jacketed hollow point. Maybe. I mean, it sounds like we're dealing with a good shot as well, for that matter. Who was roughing someone up, got shot with a rifle? That kind of implies a distance.
The bullet is still safely sealed. A rifle. Revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46 millimeter from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique or a retrofitted antique.
Make?
The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theater of the anti-centennial revolution 50 years ago.
Do we know where he was shot? They said that he was assaulting a woman, and I assumed at the Whirling. I think they've mentioned at the Whirling. Is anyone still making these rifles?
No, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling.
Who uses Belmargrave rifles these days?
Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for a well-preserved antique, most likely.
What are you thinking? Bullet?
The lieutenant jots something down in his notebook. I think I know where this came from. Dangle the bag thoughtfully.
Okay. And?
The shot probably came from a Belmargrave rifle.
An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Ravachol, really.
Why not?
Sure, there's some arms trafficking, but the laws prohibiting the use of breech loaders we inherited from the monarchy have been effective, from what I've seen. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzle loaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end.
Makes you consider every shot. I like it.
Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, third, and so on come much easier.
Gasp, political commentary in my video game?
But back to the investigation.
Just imagine. Seems like we're looking for an antiques enthusiast.
Doesn't seem that likely, but we'll check out all possible leads. Next step, finding the gun itself. Okay, and an antique. Sure, there's some new RCM. Imagine if everyone. But back to the investigation.
Let's actually ask him a serious question. Have well-armed Jamrock bangers started crossing over into Martinez?
Let's find out. Next step, finding the gun itself.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Cool. I have a thought to realize.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
Passive experience gain. Sorry, I was just very excited when I saw that's what this thought gave me. Passive experience gain without having to pick conversation options. That's kind of also awesome too, but mostly it's the passive experience. Is this open? No, it is not. My current experience is 19 of 100. Well, Monday's tasks are slowly getting dealt with. I can probably replace the lost bull now. So that's exciting. Right, so I've got a couple of things I can do. I can talk to witnesses. I can talk to Everard Clare. Should probably go talk to Everard Clare, in all fairness. First of all, though, get some experience. An ice cream maker, defrosted and unplugged. Yep, that counted. These are the orbs that it's on about. The flashlight casts a strange shadow. There is a hidden doorway here. Two rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable. Someone has stuck some busted guns beneath the ceiling.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Look, there's a hole in the wall. Shine light on the hidden compartment.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Okay, I do.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Rifles, Kim.
Are these any good?
Inspect the rifles.
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others.
I have 18 real and 54 centimes. You can't see the time because it's behind the jar, but it is 3:30 in the afternoon.
Take it. You're a police officer. Police officers carry guns.
This old Belmar grave looks okay. Take the rifle.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
The lieutenant whistles as he admires the rifle. His eyes are gleaming. Isn't that the same gun that fired the fatal bullet?
It's the same type of weapon, yes. A breech loader. But it's not the same gun. This one's been out of order for years. I'm afraid our search for the real murder weapon must continue.
Where are we? Look around the secret room.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
He points up at the rifles under the ceiling. What does this mean, a rifle here?
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
Okay, well, if money does become an issue, that's worth 11 real in itself. Frozen ice cream maker that's still running. Oh.
Two
Really
cables
there?
are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
I'm gonna leave it. I don't need to interact with that. Intercom wires running into the breaker box. Insane mesh tank top. Plus one drama. Okay, before I go up the stairs, there was a thing to click on over here. I think it was it's the boiler. Or furnace, I guess.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Kim, what is this thing? Is it a furnace?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney.
He opens the door and gingerly peeks inside.
No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
Look inside the furnace.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice, or several voices, talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs. The echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying, or what's producing them.
What are you doing?
The lieutenant asks when he sees you climb halfway inside the furnace. I'm not sure, Kim, but I think I can hear someone talking upstairs.
Wait, really? You should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
The wall collapsed. It's inaccessible now. Anyway, I have an investigation to continue, so... I think, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I think I'm going to save the game, obviously. I think we're going to talk to the Hardy Boys. Try and get access to the roof somehow to talk to the witness up there. And then if there's time after that, sneak into the docks and see if I can talk with Everard Clare. Disco ass blazer. You know what? Let's wear that. Why not? And then what is this? Oh, that's the ledger. Yes, of course. Anyway, let's talk to the unionists, the union boys. If you bring along Nancy Drew, the Hardy Boys might prove more useful, or at least get distracted. But Tish from Unstable Days there. I've read decent. I think I've read a decent number of both the Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew books. They were pretty good from what I recall. Gonna manually save the game. You see hawthorn bushes outside. Photos of men in overalls toting guns and Union placards.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
It's not time yet. -12. Wow, okay.
There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside.
Yeah, it's only 26 centimes left and I can actually have a room for the night. Okay, I'm going to see what the time is for that. Sorry, I'm just checking the thing. So apparently you can sleep in the bin behind the cafe, but it results in game over. This is not a great wiki, it has to be said. I'm wondering if it's one of those things where it's never time to it's like if that -12 modifier is always there and it's just supposed to be difficult, or I just have to wait until they leave. Maybe I'll wait until they leave. They probably leave at night. Gonna quick save before talking to Titus though.
This is where you say your bed.
A broad-shouldered man points at you with a beer can.
He's used to giving orders and having them obeyed immediately. You should not indulge him.
Oh, that authority bonus already making itself useful.
Detective.
The lieutenant acknowledges you with a sharp note. He's leaving it to you.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
The little guy looks at his mates in disbelief. Sorry, I didn't say anything. I crossed my arms.
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
The lieutenant turns to the broad-shouldered man at the end of the table. First, we need to talk about your attitude.
Wow. The RCM sent us some big dick cops.
That's what RCM stands for, obviously.
Real big dick cops. Look at them. Reckless. Swinging in the wind.
Alan, I would not be throwing shade like that with a face like yours.
Yeah, look at the big dick on that cop. Can't tell a dick that big what to do.
Must be something in the water in Jamrock.
He says thoughtfully.
Yeah, gave him real nice big dicks.
Apparently it's water-related, the size of your genitalia.
Yeah. Anyways.
He wraps it up.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
I didn't think it would, Elizabeth.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them. Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match.
Scan the room.
Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. In his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room. Probably mid-50s. Smoker. Quiet. Across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43. Gang tattoos. Mesk or Sarah Mauritian. In his late 30s, early 40s. And then, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 46. The big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips. Rugby cap. Fingerless gloves. And numerous scars. A little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 44. 40-something. Non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum?
Where?
On his neck. Forget it. It's not important.
Might be important. Weldy continuing to make that mistake. 4 months of mistakes, Weldy. You'd think you'd have found the unsub button by now, but I guess if long-term subscribers haven't, you probably have no chance. But thank you for the resub. I really appreciate it.
Let's call this one the musician.
And the little guy?
Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy, Boot size 46, deep marks, probably carried the victim over. He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220.
Fair.
In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
One of them is absent. The odd soul?
Exactly. The missing lady driver who was running the drug trade. Does it mean the Hardy Boys are involved in the drug trade as well?
This would fit what Joyce told us, but I don't want to make any assumptions.
Maybe. But hey, you've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Now is a good time to hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
Titus is staring at you with his head tilted. Found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where is the 8th Hardy boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here.
He sizes you up.
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
He shakes his head.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
There we go.
This person Glenn wants to hire. He really respects her. She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl. Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want?
Yeah, Glenn. STFU.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. End.
He points at the lieutenant, and I highly suspect he's about to be racist.
You're not cops here.
Ah, got it.
Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
Actually, I'm not watching anyone else right now because this is a one-way video platform.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
The man hanged in the backyard. Did you do it?
So, you're not just here to swing your big dick. You're here for the pretty boy. A real looker, that one. Stinks like shit, too.
He shakes his head.
They love him, boss. Spend all day digging around in there. Can't get enough of that pretty boy smell.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Why are your boot prints all over the scene?
You mean these boots?
He raises his worker boot, size 46, steel reinforced toe. Yes.
We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him by the neck. Yeah, we did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why our prints are all over the scene.
He looks you dead in the eye.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too simple.
Squint your eyes, but there's a catch.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
They're playing to their considerable strength in numbers. Don't talk about arresting them. You'll only bring attention to your inability to do so.
Why did you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
So he was a mercenary, that's it?
And he stepped out of line.
He repeats, jaw clamped shut like a vice.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade! Right here in our bar!
The man spreads his arms.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
Hold on. How do you even know he was in Special Forces?
Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm RNE's goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all!
You know what? That seems awfully convenient.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some RNE's paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of animal.
Right, but what did he actually do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
Yeah, no, he seems like a bad guy. He wipes spittle from his mouth.
There's a slight unease in him, suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over.
He cracks his knuckles.
And that was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
And there's the 8th Hardy Boy.
He grabbed someone?
The lieutenant is trying to make sense of this flood of information.
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt?
Hate that word.
Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
He shakes his head in disbelief. Was this the same girl who was sexually assaulted? Raped, you said.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
He repeats like a parrot. Right, but who did he rape then? This is a very serious allegation.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
Who called the shots that night?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A shadow of a smirk passes her lips as she tilts her head.
Titus, keep addressing him. He wants everyone to know he's in charge.
No, but seriously, who calls the shots around here?
Who do you fucking think does?
He sounds more amused than angry. Biggest animal dominates the herd. It's the big one. Battle of the Bearded Man gangs are usually run by the oldest, most venerable member. It's the 8th Hardy Boy, the one who's missing, the big dick. I'm just gonna, you give the commands.
That's right, asshole. Titus Hardy runs the Hardy Boys. Ain't that so, fellas?
He looks around for approval.
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
No, you did not get an answer. Titus does administrative work. He pushes paper, fills out forms. The others can't read. But on that night, they all acted as one man.
You murdered him just like that? No remorse?
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Yeah, that is a schism in the making.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
He says it as if it were worse than dying. Honestly, I drink so much I can't really remember. I know I sat behind bars. What we do is different. We enforce the law. You just kill people like it's nothing.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die.
When did this hanging incident occur?
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
The fixer turns to remind Titus.
I know, Lizzie. Relax.
He takes a sip.
We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
How long had you known the victim?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Lizzie? Her name's Elizabeth, the lawyer. Sorry, legal counsel.
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for
But it isn't
Pines?
diminutive.
The same company you're striking against?
Their relationship seems to be an informal one. Oh, we just reached the same point. I'm sorry. The lieutenant pretends to check his notes.
No, I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
He rubs his chin, pretending to mull it over.
This is where he tries to sow discord between you two, because he knows the company is responsible for bringing the mercenaries into town.
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school and many more of active service.
The autopsy showed there were no ligature marks. His hands were not tied. Can you explain that?
The lieutenant goes in for the leg sweep. Titus does not see it coming.
Look, I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, capo. I'll say it again. We killed him.
Yeah, I knocked him out. Came up behind him and clubbed him in the back of the head. He went down like a sack of sand.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
He spits through his teeth.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
Mr. Tats, what did you use to knock the victim out?
My fucking elbow, Copper. Samaran boxing style.
Where did all this action take place?
Right fucking here. Eugene already told you that the fuck had started coming to our bar.
Yeah, man. Weren't you listening?
Things aren't quite right here, are they?
Actually, they're admirably, surprisingly composed. The entire room. Given how many questions you've lobbed their way.
Well, I failed, but I healed at least. All of them. Maybe one of them is fidgeting, cracking under the pressure.
Well, this one. But he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
Right, I have other questions about the lynching.
Like what, Copper?
How does the bullet in his head factor into this?
Huh?
A sip of beer makes the surprise go down easier.
There was a bullet in the dead man's brain. Why was it there if you hanged him?
How the fuck do I know? Anyone could have shot him. Target practice, maybe.
Another sip. He's tight-lipped suddenly.
This line of questioning is over. You got the cause of death already? Hanging. If there's any post-mortem trauma, it's your problem. This will not turn into a cross-examination.
So what are we going to do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus.
The lieutenant closes his notebook. And yes, a bullet to the brain is usually a cause of death.
I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Rent-a-cop? So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals.
Like how the difficulty rating is just godly. However, I can attempt it multiple times. I'm going to take off now. I'm going to save, and I'm going to come back if I can. Oh, 2 saves.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Titus does not look particularly happy to see you. Guess what? I've connected you to the local drug trade.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilos.
He leans back unruffled.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
He taps on his notebook, then turns to you.
The thought forms in your head, like a lightning strike branching in the sky. No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
No, do the honor. You've earned it.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade, because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course.
I mean, I do actually back state-supported stuff for that. Where, you know, it's not going to actively harm people. Obviously, I'm not saying take dangerous drugs, but... Anyway. Keep telling yourself that. I know for a fact there's still plenty of drugs out there.
No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing speed.
Kuno is doing speed.
Fucking who? The stuff's probably from Jamrock.
Little shit. That's Kuno in the yard.
Gosh dang, he knows!
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture, man. The place is a paradise. And all thanks to Hardy Boys.
Decriminalization. That's the word I was looking for. Decriminalization of recreational drugs.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here.
Perhaps not all of them.
My answer
fully
to
looked into
your
it.
drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
That was a well-delivered line.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy boys here.
The 8th Hardy, the one who's missing. She runs the thing, right?
My answer is, fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
He takes a step closer.
Finally, you got something out of him. This could prove useful in the future.
And here we go. Back to the usual.
The woman sighs.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 sets of footprints.
Okay.
Despite everything, the little man is quick on his feet.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
Who's Dennis?
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
Gonna save. After putting this next point in authority to make that authority check easier. I think 6 is a good place for it for now. I have to establish authority. Still need to find the murder weapon. Still need to wash the death smell. Just got to call back tomorrow. Probably do that as well. Time's at 4:30 in game. Not yet. 4:30 in real life. That one.
It's you again. What is it?
I talked to Joyce. The merc you hanged. His friends are coming for you.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Cronell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
They're snickering in the room. Some of the men put their beers down. Yes, they're forming some kind of tribunal and they're coming for you.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
Blondie yells across the cafeteria.
You heard the man. Right here.
He points to the ground.
We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn? is fucking crazy.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
He punches Blondie on the shoulder. Joyce said they've gone rogue. Nobody's controlling them.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
The mercenaries are armed with automatic weapons.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
Will they pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
For your sake, I hope you're right.
Right about what? That a 50 caliber bullet goes through shit? Yeah, I am.
This Cronell is bad news. You know that, right?
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
He points south.
These people are trained military professionals. Special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or Barmy Army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think.
Okay. Conclude with a shrug.
What do you mean, okay?
Okay, they're going to wipe you the fuck out. Okay, you got this. You got the numbers. I mean, okay, I'll be on your side. You got one more gun on your side. Once I find mine, I lost it. I mean, okay, they're going to wipe you the fuck out, Titus.
No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
He shakes his beer at you.
He really doesn't like you ruffling their feathers like that on what might be the eve of battle.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
Ooh, it's looking likely. However, I'm still going to save before attempting this. I must assert my dominance, and I don't think the game will let me T-pose, so I'm going to T-pose in real life for good luck.
It's you again.
Wheel myself back a little bit so you can see.
Establish authority.
Ah, dang it.
Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
Okay, hang on. I can do this. Maybe I didn't T-pose well enough. Was it a Y pose? I don't think my arms were very level.
It's you again. What is it?
T-pose for dominance.
As you look around this
It
room
worked.
full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar?
Where have I seen this before?
You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with,
That's a stupid
almost
joke.
exclusively, men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time.
I get it, Titus. You guys really are the authority around here.
Huh?
You must be. You're just like real cops, drinking beer, sitting around with your dicks in your hand.
You got a problem with beer now?
He leans in.
Not quite there yet. Push on.
I have a beer problem, but not a problem with beer. I also have no idea how to do my job, like you.
Speak for yourself, buddy. I've been running this outfit for 10 years now. You should have seen Martinez before it started. It was like jam rock now.
They didn't see shit, man. Kids getting shot. We had 3 shootings a week. Fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffito removal.
He turns to Titus.
All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
Yeah, that was one of the speech bubbles that popped up above their heads. Talking about Monica's titties.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
He picks the beer back up.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
It's not about who did it. It's about the victim. She needs help.
Titus?
He looks at her.
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You want to help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her, but you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
Titus taps his chin with his fist.
What is her name?
The lieutenant takes out his notes.
Glacia, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags, a real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit, blonde. That's Amonju, with an O-U.
Titus adjusts his cap. Hey, that's the woman I spoke to on the first day.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. Remember what you said to her? You told her you want to have.
Oh dear. Whoops. That's a lot of negative modifiers working against me. Glacia?
Yeah. Blonde. Tall. 2 rooms over from yours.
Miss Aranya Disco Dancer?
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
Yeah, I'm gonna fail this.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as Titus looks at you oddly.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
Now we need to start the game all over again. We really, really do.
It sounds like you're having a heart attack. Whatever you said, it couldn't have been that bad. Please relax. Whatever you do, do not tell him you know her. That would sound off.
So what was her relationship with the mercenary?
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
So I'm going to censor it. The sexual assault, I guess, is maybe a better way of phrasing. When was that?
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
He turns to Glenn.
Here you go, boss.
The tall blonde throws him a can. Titus cracks it open. So, scratch your head. What is your relationship with her?
I know her.
He looks around and an uncommon silence fills the room.
How well do you know her?
Oh, Lieutenant Kitsuragi asking the real questions.
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing means.
Well enough, Copper. We party. She's been here for a few months.
He crosses his arms.
He tries to make it sound real casual, but the muscles on his neck tighten.
So she's not from around here?
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranya disco dancer is an immigrant, or a drifter of some sort, been staying over here over the winter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all. Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
He slaps his forehead. Titus is definitely running a racket. Well, he's running the local drug trade, so
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it.
You said you parted. Cool. That's cool. But what did that mean?
What do you think I meant?
Was it sex?
Yeah, pretty much.
So you're saying the two of you were close?
No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He states matter-of-factly.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now.
Thank you. We'll talk to her.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
Yep, I'm going to take off now.
Officer, what was that?
You mean the sweating and fidgeting when he mentioned her name?
Yes.
And the sort of quivering jello thing with the eye? Point to your twitching eye.
Yes.
I think I know that woman.
The victim? Is there something I should know before we talk to her?
I tried to hit on her.
Understood.
He's stone-faced. She said I'm going to have to interrogate her later and it's going to suck for me.
It is. This would have been good to know before.
It didn't come up.
It should have. Anything else?
I met her in the hallway after I woke up.
Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday.
She knows I don't remember being a cop.
Okay, that's manageable.
I didn't rape her.
What you're saying is, you raped her?
Ice is forming on the inside of your chest cavity. Cold sweat trickles down your neck.
No?
Then, don't ever say that again. What else?
Nothing. Let's move on.
We'll be alright, officer. This is nothing.
You feel fortified by his assurance. It's going to be alright.
Okay, well that could have gone worse, I suppose.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Oh, I guess it's time now.
Nothing. Just black tangles like the hair of an old woman. Motionless. The wind in the yard doesn't reach the hawthorn, nor does the light come in from this window.
Yeah, but that was a 1 in 3-ish chance, so we're just going to try a couple more times. Kim's going to betray you later and he's going to make you very uncomfortable with that. I don't know, he seems like a good bro.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling hut. Nothing. Just...
There has to be something there, otherwise there wouldn't be a test or skill check, sorry. Why are there so many different names for how skills interact with mechanics? Test, check, contest, challenge, roll.
Behind the dockworkers, nothing. Just...
It's called a red herring? Ah, fair. I'm only losing 23 seconds, though, so it doesn't matter all that much. And hey, I might find something.
Behind the dockworkers, there's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches. Light yellow, faded with time. A tiny splash of colour in the blackness of the thicket. Hanging from it, a bronze key. Someone hid the key in the bush and attached a yellow ribbon to make it easier to find. It's close enough to the latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Surely not a coincidence.
Someone said a key in the bush. Point at the window.
Huh?
The big guy looks behind him. Can you let me slide by so I can grab the thing?
I don't know about that. I'm comfortable here. Don't think any sliding would really help right now.
The tattooed man yawns and settles more comfortably on the bench.
Sorry, fucko. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. Good fucking luck with that. The hawthorn's got a bitch of a bite.
I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out there.
With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the hawthorn branch, and slides it across the table to you.
Much obliged, Theo. Take the key.
The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun. Where's the harm in...
I'm tired of listening to your shit.
Thank you. Nod to the old man.
Don't thank me. I don't give two shits about your key.
The old man takes out his pack of chewing tobacco.
There is a silence around this man's words. Unlike Titus, they're afraid of him. That's the type of respect he commands.
Does anyone know why this key was hanging right outside the Union box window?
Didn't even know it was there. Boys.
The man looks at the key in your hand, then around the room.
No idea.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place.
Look at the key in your hand. I wonder what doors does it open.
It could open the door in the kitchen. The blue door. It says workshop spare. Maybe there's a workshop there?
Secret passage door!
It's worth a try.
I'm going to quick save.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
Try the key.
The key fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it after all these years. But then, the lock clicks. Dust rises before you like mist. A tomb? Haunted by regal spirits from distant ages. No. Smells like engine grease and cut wood. A workshop.
Please, let me through. This pinball sends Franco-Nigerian. The theme is horses and swords. This pinball is white Diora. The back glass shows a female figure in mourning.
All these mesmerizing machines, just waiting to be plugged back in and played.
Run your finger across the dust of the white Diora machine.
Feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
What's white Diora?
Some kind of inane pinball theme. Probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst.
Is it La Girona?
The lieutenant grimaces, looking at the machines.
Sounds like you don't enjoy pinball, Kim.
No, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on.
He doesn't.
How about we fire one of these bad boys up, play some ball?
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist Pinball.
He looks away.
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now.
I'm going to risk it. I failed.
It's strange that he doesn't like pinball. Kim here is a Zeolite. His people are incredibly dexterous, and they all love pinball. Matter of fact.
Why does it just go racist? Or, like, just out of nowhere, just racist assumption. Hey, didn't you guys like invent pinball?
Us? Guys?
Yep. Just pure racism.
Seoul is an extremely protectionist Isola, inaccessible to the rest of mankind, as it has been for over 1,000 years. I have no special knowledge of them, despite my heritage. But even I know that they don't play pinball. They have a rigid class society and a punitive justice system. We should continue with our exploration of this place. It doesn't matter.
Where did that even come from?
Okay. I don't like pinball because I had to learn to play it for an undercover job at a pinball ring. And it's a lame, boring, and unchallenging game. There. We can move on now.
Yes,
You still feel he's holding out on Zeolite pinball tricks. But fine. Explore on then.
No, that's all good. We're moving on. I'm respecting that he doesn't like pinball. And note, NB the spare key is tied to the bush outside the corner room window.
Over there, in the corner.
The pinball machine?
Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. It's lit. You can't wait to get your hands on it.
Kim, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
The pinball machine. Gordy's Goats. A classic.
Oh, it's more than just a classic. A must-play. All serious pinballers have attempted a tempo run.
Wait, you've played it?
A little.
Let's take a closer look.
Ah, great.
Lieutenant size.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on top of the back box. There's a small column of text underneath. The machine is coin-operated. Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready.
No, I am in fact not playing because I don't have the money. I have the money now, but I'm going to save said money instead. We're going up.
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside.
Yes, sleeping is probably more important than pinball.
Smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just enough room for 2 people to fit in.
Did you just make a pinball wizard joke? Harry is a super cop, not a pinball wizard, or a former super cop.
The maintenance card under the control panel reads, Last maintenance, 10th July, 88.
Oh dear.
There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descend, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken.
Side note, pinball wizard. Pretty good song. It says the last maintenance was in 88.
That it does. I say, let's brave it.
88? This elevator was maintained a long time ago.
At the end of the last century. Look on the bright side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital. Maximum 5.
I wonder what this elevator was used for.
Seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery. For that, it's pretty quaint.
He taps on the guttering light bulb. It's golden in the dark. We're going up. Take us up, please. Oh, that's the winch on the outside of the building, I assume. I'm going to take my wellness break soon, just to make you all aware of that. Just trying to think what else I can do today. Still need to find a way to talk to Classia, although she's on the roof. This is going up. Maybe we'll end up in the same place. Right, I need to do that at 9 o'clock. Need to talk to the the pétanque players. I'll do that before going to bed. Do that before going to bed. That's probably going to have to be tomorrow now. Oh, that's an objective. We'll do that before talking to Classia if we find her. Small windows taped shut with black plastic. You can't see outside. Oh, all of the money's in here. Box of tools and replacement parts line the shelves. Schematics for a pinball machine, futurism themed. Pinball maker's coat. Pinball machine has been taken apart and gutted.
So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up. A long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
Looks like they gave up on fixing the pinball machines at some point.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue.
This used to be a pinball workshop.
Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
He taps his foot.
A creak. Some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the hearties bang away at it.
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook. Someone's been here within the last week or 2.
3 weeks maximum, from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
He looks at you.
This isn't bad at all. It was a good idea to see where that door leads. Commendable work bringing us to this place.
Okay, what does this mean?
It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route, behind our rape victim's room, in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant.
Let's have a closer look then.
Large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than Vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform, horizontal lines. Shoe size is 41 to 42, maybe 43. It could be a large-footed woman or a small to average-footed man. This is, unfortunately, the worst, most vague shoe size there is.
This doesn't look like the odd sold print we found at the hanging, Kim.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person.
This doesn't look like the workers' boots from the hanging, does it?
No. These little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
Glacier, get up.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor.
Let's move on. There's a tiny hole in the wall. You see a bedroom on the other side.
The door is small but heavy looking. It's barred from the inside.
So what's on the other side?
Unless we've veered off into a 4D dimension, I'm expecting to step out on the roof. We could ask Glacier about this route. See how she reacts.
Unbar the door. Take breaks. Talk to strangers. Explore. Run out of money so you can't sleep at night. Speaking of breaks, however, as this is the roof and where I believe Glacier to be, I will be taking my wellness break after I've confirmed this. Cigarette. The smell of cigarette smoke in the air. Astra menthol. There she is. This is going to be awkward. Cold coffee in an ashtray that looks like a hedgehog. Become a pinball wizard. Live your fantasy. Look, a handful of dried white wildflowers.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air.
Try and grab them.
You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fly off into the wind. It's a Maybell. The young woman looks at the Maybell in your hand. Just a glance, then takes a drag of her cigarette. The lieutenant gives you an acknowledging little nod.
I'm going to finger pistol him.
Your 9mm semi-automatic finger pistols produce a satisfying snap. Strange for such a low-caliber finger gun to sound so chunky. The flower in your other hand is impressed. So is Kim.
That was just totally worth the thought.
That's not entirely true. The lieutenant is looking at the door to the east and mostly misses them.
Why will he not notice me? +1 FC, +1 hand-eye coordination. What's my esprit de corps without? 4. That goes up to 5. Empathy goes up to 4. You know what? I'm gonna risk it. We're gonna put the new coat on. Oh, we look horrible in our mesh vest and Mac.
6 crumbling petals rest on your palm. They're white, a bell-shaped crown.
What is this, Kim?
This is the Insulindian lily, called Maybells or Lucille's tears during the Revolution. Girls used to pin these on soldiers before sending them off to battle.
Who pinned them? Which side?
The revolutionaries, so the communards and the anarchists. White's their color, but the custom started in the suzerain's army, so it held meaning for the kingsmen too. It's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls sending off boys who are going to their deaths, then also dying themselves in the ruins from dysentery and consumption. It's a symbol of the Civil War.
Wow, that conversation went downhill. Does this flower blossom in early spring?
Yes, but not this early. Not to my knowledge. It looks dried, preserved.
Is it a coincidence, it being on the roof?
Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see.
Very well.
The petals feel dry and fragile in your hand. Wait, have you noticed there's a war veteran playing a ball game on the plaza? You should ask him about the flowers.
I mean, I need to talk to him anyway, so... You know what? I probably will, actually. However, I need to save the game. Also going to pause the game. Swap over to the wellness break chat. As usual, I'm going to start the challenge going. And then stretch and hydrate, grab a snack, all of that good stuff. Please join me in this if you if you are feeling a little stiff yourself, and I will see you in but a few moments. Hey, I'm back. How was your break, everyone? So I'm going to stop voting in this challenge to the Tamaguchi chatling, sorry, because I think it biases the result. I think if I think it just picks what I choose, but I'm not entirely sure. It might just be random based on how many responses it gets. Let us continue.
Welcome to the roof.
The young woman has a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other.
Her hair is still slick from the shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Nice view you've got here.
It's much nicer now.
Her eyes wander north toward the yard.
Where the dead body used to hang, clearly visible from the roof, but no longer.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay. So, there's this... Hang on. At the top left, there's like that black square, and I just thought it was a weird visual glitch, but no, it's the main menu button. You kind of hover the cursor over it and it pops out. Comme ça.
Thank you for that, officers. Truly.
There is something in her light brown eyes, a sadness, when she thinks about the death of that man.
You mentioned a cleaning lady. I think I need one.
Oh, yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
Disco Infernum.
They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the Infernum.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague from Precinct 41.
Have I ever? This is the world's most lamentable cup.
Do not go along with this.
Those days are behind me. I'm here to ask questions.
Questions? What about?
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
She takes a pensive drag of her menthol cigarette.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult.
What is your name, miss, for the record?
Clausier Amandou.
And where are you from?
Vredefort, Republic of Oranje.
Wasn't the tattoo on the hanged man an Oranese map of the waterways? The thought begins to form in your head, then dissipates. Something for later.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
What do you do, miss? What is your specialization?
Something stupid.
What's that?
Oranese lit.
Oranese lit?
Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university.
She raises both eyebrows. What is Oranese literature about?
Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are. Only the name of the nation changes.
If that's true, then Revacholian lit would fit you like a glove.
Oranese lit. What do you do with it?
Nothing. I do nothing with it.
As someone with a humanities degree, I feel personally attacked by this. Cool.
It's not very cool, but what can you do?
Could we take a look at your passport, please?
I'm afraid you can't, officer.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Well, at least she's being honest.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river.
How do I know you've told us your real name?
If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausia Mondu. It's a weird name.
Pretty sure I have the legal right to demand your passport, miss.
Look, officers, I like this place, but I don't want to be stuck wandering the city like a ghost after being robbed of my travel documents.
Attacked, what is the truth of it? Oh, I do absolutely nothing with my humanities degree. The only thing it really has given me is research skills and the ability to construct a more coherent and easily understood argument.
I don't want to become an indentured servant in a brothel on Boogie Street, and I don't want my relatives to pay the ransom.
There are plenty of other reasons for hiding your documents from the law.
That's not why I hid it, though.
It's also why I hid it.
Why, yes.
He's suddenly very attentive.
I'm an unpopular girl. There are people back home who don't like me. If they show up, I'm in a hurry. The kind of hurry where you can't afford to not find your documents. But don't worry, this has nothing to do with your investigation.
What kind of people are these, the ones that don't like you?
I would love to change the subject. It's not important. Unless I'm some kind of suspect.
She arches an eyebrow.
Didn't she say you would have to interrogate her before? And that she didn't do it? What was up with that?
Earlier you said I would have to interrogate you. Suspects are interrogated.
Well. It seems I either underestimated you or overestimated your hangover, officer. If I didn't know better, I'd say you feigned that fuck having lied to get me to say something stupid. Was that so?
The lieutenant gives you a little look. It's good we discussed your history with her, he thinks. I can play along.
Turns out it did suck for you.
Not too hard. You told us about the investigation Friday night. Downstairs, at a table full of local kids and dock workers. You told pretty much everyone. After you showed them your gun. Anyway, I thought it would be funny to say I didn't do it, because I knew about your investigation.
She cringes.
Does that make me a suspect? I really must stop saying stupid things.
No, we've just come to talk.
Phew.
She wipes her brow.
Playfully. She doesn't seem to be overly distressed. Or distressed at all, really.
You know what? Heck it. Yes. Okay then.
Okie dokie.
She pours herself more coffee.
If any of this made her nervous, it certainly doesn't show in her expression or her movements.
What is her on you?
A bad memory, officer.
Understood, miss.
It's the past. People can't go back to the past.
Hey, tell that to the pale driver. Thank you. That's it for the record.
The record. So official.
They tell us you've been through something difficult.
Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean?
Were you sexually assaulted, miss?
By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
She takes a quick drag, unperturbed.
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
1, I said sexually assaulted. 2, it is in fact 17:52 in the evening.
She sounds positively buoyant. Vivacious. Totally unbothered.
And what does that mean? Were you?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I can't say that stuff about him. Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
Okay.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier.
So, were they just having consensual sex when he got shot? What did happen between you and the victim?
We partied.
Wait, partied? Where have I heard that before?
A lot of partying going on.
From Titus. About her and Titus's relationship. That's where you heard it.
What kind of partying? Point your bloated face? The kind I do?
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that.
Harder than this? Keep pointing to your face. I didn't know it was physically possible.
Oh, it is. You're still alive.
She takes a long drag.
What did you do when you partied?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex.
Were feelings involved?
A little. The drugs were good enough, and we did enough of them.
How did you two meet?
The lieutenant's voice is quiet, calm, like every other time that he has spoken. In fact,
downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
She taps on the roof with her 10-centimeter heel.
She appears aloof, but that scar part, the scary, is stressed and drawn out. What's that about? Apprehension? With longing. She misses him.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that.
It must have been hard for you. Point to the yard, seeing him there.
Oh, yes. I've had a great view. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant. He takes a small step closer.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Jackpot.
The call, reporting the hack. You know what? Yeah, we're going to clarify. That was you.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Ravachol, miss.
If it's snitching, then why do it?
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. Then they started stripping him.
The voice was disguised. Did you...
He asks, clearly wishing to distract her from the images.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little.
Nicked it? How?
With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
You were right to suspect there might be foul play involved with the broken phone line.
And in the process, you broke the landline downstairs.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing.
She looks into her coffee.
Still, that's pretty clever tampering. Simple and clever. Crossing the lines like that.
Seems like you had some idea. That was nifty.
Thanks.
She manages a smile. Why go through all the trouble?
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir.
I'm
but if I
legally
hadn't,
obliged to say...
he'd still be hanging
nice.
there.
Well, apparently I'm legally obliged to say nice. Thank you, Byron. Titus asked you to spice things up for us.
Pretty much.
She cradles her coffee cup in both hands.
Warming them.
What can you tell me about him? Name, eyes, age?
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now. I can't talk about his, I don't know, hair.
Another puff, more nervous.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
What did they hang him for, if not rape?
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing.
She thinks.
But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
Why was there a bullet in his head?
Bullet? They shot him too?
There's a silence. Her brows meet in the middle of her pained frown.
They stripped his clothes and they shot him?
You mean after they hanged him?
I'm confused, sorry.
So am I. Were you aware that he had also been shot, miss?
Things are starting to go a little over my head here. I thought he was hanged. I was not present when they did it. I don't know what happened. I just know what they told me. And Sylvie, the bartender.
This is beginning to get confusing for you too, and we don't like that. Where was she last Sunday night?
Where were you when this happened?
Cowering. I was cowering downstairs with Sylvie.
Gonna have to disturb Sylvie again. How do the Hardy Boys know you?
They're frequent guests. Downstairs. They have a booth for union members. They're probably down there now.
She looks at the floor. It's tarred. And how did you meet?
Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter.
Did you party?
A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have.
Which one?
Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter.
Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
I'm not going to give her an out.
Don't be tactful. She doesn't care.
Okay.
They're frequent guests. Over a little.
Like you partied?
No.
I'm sorry to.
I have. Which.
Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
I hope not. Actually, I know that's not the reason. I'm careful about that kind of thing. Not crossing the wires, you know? But that's probably where they got the rape idea.
What do you mean?
Men like that? I don't know. It's the way their imaginations work. I suspect it's what they'd like to do to me.
Is it though? Are you sure you weren't raped?
I'm 89% sure.
So you're not entirely sure?
You know how it is.
Do you?
Oh, I failed. Do I?
Maybe you don't.
The ash lands. She flicks a bit of ash away, lands on her jumpsuit, she brushes it off.
There are numerous cigarette burns on those silvery scales. Easy to see now that you're closer.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium, not raped here.
Lieutenant, I don't know what to say about this.
I'm sorry, miss, but we need a definite statement.
Let me make this 100% clear then, officers. I was not sexually assaulted. Would I be this flippant if I had been?
You get the feeling she might be.
Thank you for telling us all of this, miss.
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
As he says so, you feel the young woman looking at you and get a feeling you can't quite put your finger on. A suspicion? Wait a moment.
I heard something else. Before we go, a little thing.
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Nice room you've got here.
Yeah, it's pretty deluxe.
Thus far, she's the second best character in the game. She's pretty well written. And acted as well, for that matter. That door there. Point to it. Did you know it leads to a downstairs elevator?
I did not. Mystery solved then. I kept wondering where it led.
I mean, it was locked from the inside, in all fairness.
There may be more to this mystery at some later time. She's holding back. Let's make a mental note for now.
There's a peephole on the other side, looking into your bedroom.
A peephole? You mean like a hole in the wall?
Yes, looking into your bedroom, miss.
The lieutenant points to her window. The unmade bed is visible through the glass.
Okay.
There's a pause as she processes this information.
A jitter of fear and disgust moves through her body, beginning from her shoulders and ending in her hips. The cigarette tastes foul to her now.
Do you think this is somehow connected to me?
We don't know at this point.
Okay. Do you have any way of knowing how long it has been there?
Unfortunately, no. But if I were to guess, long enough. The perforation is under the bookshelf on your wall. It should not be hard to cover with some tape.
If it is recent, who do you think made it?
Shit. I don't know. Maybe it's been there for a long time. Maybe the local kids use it or something. I don't know. I'll be fucking covering it up with a lot of tape, that's for sure. Was there anything else back there?
There were tracks on the floor. They're recent.
Huh. This isn't good.
She's straight as a stick, suddenly.
Gonna mention the pinball thing?
Okay. I'm glad someone's had fun.
Okay, that's what I expected, but I just wanted to check. That's all for now.
Mm-hmm.
She's lost in thought. Eyes narrowed. Forehead furrowed.
What are you doing here in the whirling in rags?
I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. I came in November.
Why here?
Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol?
Here in the whirling.
Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell. I'm winter.
How long?
Gonna
About
ask
4
the
months.
questions.
Here in the Whirling.
Martinez?
I heard this is where the washed up disco has-beens go.
You're too young to call yourself a disco has-been.
I'm really not.
And
I'm winter.
Revachol.
How long?
About 4 months. Here in the Whirling, I always wanted to see the only city in the world in the worst time of the year. It's a tourist thing.
Other questions?
Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke.
Going to go through everything else, and then we're going to look her in the eye. Wildflower.
She looks at the dried petals in your palm, then lightly touches one with her fingernail. Chipped white polish covers the nail. It's long and sharp, like a mini dagger. The petal crumbles on contact.
Pretty. Looks like a dried Maybell. Is that the one you caught? Sambo style?
What's Sambo?
A martial art, sir. Is that it?
She raises an eyebrow.
Samurai boxing, or Sambo, graceful martial arts stuff. Sambo style implies stealth and cool.
Yes, why was it there?
Why was there a flower on the roof? I don't know, officer. Because of the wind?
Or an admirer?
Any admirers, miss?
Admirers? I'm too old to be a debutante. And this place is no fashionable society. Why not? I'll be here until 11 p.m., drinking coffee, most likely.
Quick save. Talk to Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
You think this will make them cooperate?
Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan.
Say in a hushed voice, why did she tell us all that?
What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
I'm not sure she had to lie. I wouldn't have known.
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
Something is off here.
You think so? She seemed forthcoming. Unusually so. Being forthcoming about some things is a good way to obscure other things.
He knows!
The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back here soon enough.
You are correct, Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, bro.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
I'm going to ask the personal question.
Yes, you're just one room away. Very personal.
She pours herself more coffee.
Good. Yes. This means she could have heard something. Like what you were doing before you blacked out.
Were you in Sunday night? I need to know what I did before I lost my memory.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions, like...
He waits for you to finish the sentence.
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here. Quick, say something professional.
Okay, no. I'm going to undo that reputation damage because he's going to disappear when I send him with the body. So I think my plan is talk to Glacier, talk to the Hardy Boys, see what time it is after that before sending Kim away with the body. But then I have to go and talk to the guy on the balcony alone. Anyway.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
1 in 3 chance.
Soft,
Yay.
light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. She's beautiful. I have bad news for you.
What?
You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, he's talking about you, you shifty asshole. You too. Me? No way. I'm straight, man. These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info, you can't trust them anymore.
Oh my god.
Believe it.
Which ones exactly are affected?
There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume all of them. Bullshit, man. I ain't compromised. Especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here. No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol Ziggy.
Ziggy? It's a Siggy, but okay.
Really? Quick. Tell me what's under her jumpsuit. Glory. Truth. Softness. Protect her. She wants you.
Does she, though?
I take it back. He's got it pretty bad. But this next guy's on another level entirely. She likes you. The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. This is human nature.
How did this happen?
How it always does. Through subtlety.
What can I do?
There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. Things will go as they do.
Can't you turn them normal again?
No.
What use is this then?
It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not?
Does this mean she's been lying to me?
I think it's safe to assume, yes. Mr. Thespian here hasn't been speaking up. If he were, I suspect there would be paeans to her truthfulness. Like this. She is a lady, most fair and just. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies. That is correct. And omissions too.
Can I trust that guy?
A little. They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to the best of their ability. Maybe they add flair or something. I wouldn't know. I don't add flair. But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, they are not to be trusted. Not with her.
Can I trust any of them ever again?
Don't be melodramatic. You can trust them. Just not with her.
What is her plan?
You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one he usually does says, she may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case. You doubt it's something truly insidious. See? It's oddly moderate, probably compromised.
I've been talking to myself long enough. Let's get back to it.
Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this.
I'm not going to say anything. Just close your eyes. Let the moment pass.
For a second, her face disappears from your cornea. Only a silvery negative remains. Still smiling, a tired smile.
Let's return to this later. Okay, Monday's to-do list. Quite a bit smaller. And a lot of the stuff I can't do just yet. So that is fine. But give us some time. Return to it probably tomorrow. Right, so I'm going to save the game. Manual save this time. She's got some money though. She's a tourist here. She prepaid for her trip home. She took care to ensure she could make the trip home. Trip home or just get out and go elsewhere if she's being chased by people. Perhaps. She's definitely hiding things, obviously. The bed has been hastily made.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo.
Run your finger across the surface of the glass.
Smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
This window was recently replaced.
Looks like it, yes.
He adjusts his glasses. Well, that in and of itself is a bit sus. Okay, that's the transition. I thought it would be, but I had to know. Did she maybe yeet her shoes out the window too? I doubt that's what's actually happened, but hey, it's a theory. Back into her room. I need to talk to Kim about a brief on the case before I talk to the Hardy Boys again. Clear that task from the to-do list. Nope, that's the window. There we go. Ooh, experience. Piles of dirty clothes, a woman's. Hotel bill calculations. Looks like she's had an extended stay. Isn't this the pattern of the carpet in The Shining? You see the yard below. The corpse is no longer there.
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked, one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there.
Going to talk about the plant, huh? Cool. Either way, she clearly knows a lot more than she's let you know. Oh yeah, obviously she knows way more than she's telling us. It's awfully suspicious, but unfortunately the game won't let me push her, so... Toothbrush.
It's been used quite a lot.
Medication.
Pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops, blood thinners.
There's quite the collection in here.
Anything of note?
He asks in a lowered voice. Search the bottles.
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoparidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads, Nacra.
What's Nacra?
An opioid receptor antagonist. It's used for diamorphine overdoses.
You could say he's on the lookout.
Could, it's true. Search the pill sheets.
Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotwaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how.
72% chance? Sure.
Nothing of note.
Dang it!
The further you look, the more arcane it gets. You don't know what the rest of this stuff does.
I don't care that, but I don't care that much to reload the save and do all that again. His notebook is... Just noticed his notebook was floating in front of his chest and then he put it away without touching it. Fantastic. Anyway, let's go talk to the Hardy Boys again. May as well pay for my room on the way past. Get the briefing, talk to the Hardy Boys. Go to the radio to talk to Sylvie to see if she can corroborate Classia's story.
Can I help you?
About my bill for tonight.
Got the 20 real?
Yep, 20 real for the night.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Goodbye. That's another task done. Why do I keep failing these 70+ percentage things? It's kind of annoying, if I'm being honest.
Yes?
Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
What did your preliminary information say about it before you came here?
You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you?
Brief. Yes. That's not what you thought you saw. What you actually saw was the notebook, the real Kim adjusting his bag of flesh. That makes it better. Thank you for that. Yeah, brief. Yes, that sounds good.
3 days ago, the RCM emergencies desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Why didn't we know anything about the caller?
They, classier as we've come to suspect, didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Why hide themselves?
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Of course, yes, I understand everything now.
Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. Uncover and arrest the killer.
If we're from different precincts, why are we on the same case?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
His disdain is clear. This man would not use such an expression otherwise.
Just checking my experience level, 61 of 100. Wonderful. What do you mean?
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
You know what I'm in on. Retrograde amnesia.
Better still than an imbecilic cop-off.
Cop-off?
It's just stupidity.
What kind of stupidity?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
Ah, so this is a struggle over who runs Martinez.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
Which is fair. Side note, I love the word brouhaha. Doesn't get used nearly enough.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness.
So you
On the contrary.
I may be disco cop. No, I'm not disco cop. What kind of cop am I? I'm sorry, cop. I'm not even wearing disco clothes right now. I've betrayed my origins. So also, hello, Be Drunk Bambo. So you volunteered to spoil it?
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoil sport.
The lieutenant appears pleased with this. What's special about Martinez?
I have, on a few occasions, when I was young and foolish, smoked hemp.
Well, Kim, I really appreciate the admission that you have smoked hemp. You were actually supposed to say, Martinez, nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist. I wonder what this says about me, that I was sent by my station. He raises an eyebrow, thinking it best to let you make the next move. I guess that's apocalyptic cop. There can only be one conclusion. I'm the finest, a case-solving machine sent to outperform you in every way imaginable.
A good joke.
Yep.
He does not actually think it was a good joke.
Of course it's a joke. Look at me. How could I compete with you? You probably have a ton of cases solved.
It's not that many. Officer, I'm sure you have a lot more cases solved. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition? If not, we should move.
Nah, we're all good.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Secret test.
He's actually glad it's addressed now.
Based on how my luck with these 70+% chances of me going, Sylvie's suicide jokes. Roy mentioned suicide. Okay. I mean, I know that Sylvie said that I was making suicide comments, but I know.
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57.
Yeah, that makes more sense than the other stuff I thought of.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
Side note, because of where Harry is right now, it looks like we're playing as the lieutenant. Kim, what if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck-up? Like, as a joke.
I've considered it.
So it's true.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Why is that?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
Do you really see me as a safe bet?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there.
It's disco, baby!
So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
I think you should know that I can't remember anything.
No response. He just arches his brow.
I feel like I must repeat this. I don't remember anything. There was heavy drinking involved.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
I'm afraid this is a medical situation.
Really? You look fine to me.
The lieutenant gives you a look thorough as if performing triage. I'm talking serious, unbelievable damage here. I saw myself in the mirror and had no idea who I was.
This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer.
Clearly, he prefers to think you're malingering. He cannot fathom that anyone could drink so much as to retroactively erase their entire life.
I'm going to double down. It's not psychological. Some sort of major brain damage has occurred on an unprecedented scale.
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth.
Excellent.
Was there anything else you wanted?
You seem to be following me.
Excuse me?
Nothing, just an observation.
You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
What do you mean distinctive?
I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically.
In the New Game Plus ending, Kitsuragi and Harry transferred to a different department and solve crimes. Disco Elysium 2. You're actually competent. How's that?
They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
This is a fourth wall breaking joke, and I'm here for it.
Yes, but containers contain things. Shiny things. They're interesting.
Okay then.
He simply nods. Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
Nothing. Okay, so that was a conversation that we had. Hey guys.
It's you again. What is it?
Well, Glacia kind of lied. Well, you lied. She told the truth. Glacia says she wasn't raped.
Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
The big man's eyes and veins bulge.
You've hit a nerve. Titus is furious. No, more than that. The loyal Titus feels betrayed.
Also, we don't hold with the W word here.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
She steps in forcefully.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down, and she doesn't fucking trust you.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
Crazy? What are you talking about? She was very lucid.
She wasn't raped. The witnesses' statements were very clear.
The lieutenant's voice is beginning to betray his agitation.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her. And you went and pushed her.
Something breaks in him.
I am gonna fucking...
He takes a step closer.
Hit you. Duck.
Titus Hardy!
Her voice rings through the room like a warning shot.
Success. Titus backs off. Fists down, everybody.
Everett personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
The room is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The rest of the cafeteria has gone quiet, too. Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape.
The tattooed man snaps his fingers to get your attention.
Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
He turns to Titus, who's still breathing heavily.
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
He slams an audio tape on the table.
This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters. A mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
Where can I listen to this?
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
The lieutenant whispers.
Where can I listen to this? Why don't you try shoving it up your ass, genius?
I didn't actually mean to click on that.
Play it with your ass, cocksucker.
His voice echoes like thunder in the small room.
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
He repeats calmly in a hushed voice.
Your room had one. Or maybe it's too broken.
Where did you get this tape?
You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no university degree for that.
So you've bugged them. How?
We have machines.
He nods.
We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works? It's advanced stuff.
Understood? You've listened in on their communications.
He takes a little
How
note.
long?
Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
Which one of you is doing this advanced radio work then?
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell in there.
Got it.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
The chief picks his beer back up to offer a silent toast.
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff. Indexes and shit.
Index notes are always a good thing. Why should I care about the tape? You lied to me.
You don't care about evidence.
His eye
The
twitches.
fuck are you a cop for, then?
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions. They are fucking keeping a score on their bulletin boards.
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you don't listen to the tape, we got nothing to talk about.
So what's on the tape?
What's on it? We call it the door gun a mega mix. You'll know why. Won't you listen to it?
Okay, that's enough for now.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy.
Pushes the little tape towards you with his giant hand. Fine, I'll listen to it.
You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
Gonna take off now. Well, there is in fact a tape player in my room. Let's go and listen to it. I've got time. I believe. Randomly a sheep then. Believe in yourself.
The compact tape player is still and silent. Seems it has completely broken down now.
Is it? Because I can see the reels turning.
There's no fixing this one.
This would have been very helpful with the Megamix, but it isn't anymore.
He stares at the tape player. Yeah. Any ideas?
My kinema only comes with radio. Let's try to find a new tape player. Perhaps we should talk to Roy at the pawn shop. He has stuff.
I mean, I can see it's still moving, but okay. Sure, why not? Oh. I see it. There is. Nothing on the front page rings a bell. Strange. Well, that was a waste of time. Just trying to think of the optimal route right now. Because I've got, what, an hour and a half before I have to talk to the guy. Radio, Roy. I think Evril is not happening today. That's going to have to happen tomorrow. Still need to talk to the strike breaker as well. Hang on, I'll zoom out. There it is. About the tattoos.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
We'll go with Sylvie first.
Just a second. Sylvie Malaika on the line for you, officer. Yes. Hello?
You recognize her voice. Hey, Sylvie, it's the police again.
Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
Tess Kleiser's story. Was it you who called the police?
No, not me.
Do you know who made the call?
No, sorry. I don't.
Okay, yeah, they're all the same.
Not a lot of people don't have them.
So the union has a phone.
Seems like Lacia wasn't lying when she said it was her. This corroborates her story. She made the call.
She iseth the fairest of them all. The ugliness of lies would never escape her lips.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, that's fine.
You hear the...
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Yeah, please connect me to Station 41's Lazarus.
It will take just a moment, officer.
Her voices fade out into the familiar radio static.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
You hear a man clearing his throat briskly, then an answer.
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Just a routine checkup.
Oh, it's you.
The man is unpleasantly surprised.
Was that a snarl or a suppressed groan? No love for you here.
I've lost my memory, all of it.
With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised.
There is no surprise in his voice, only careless superiority.
You're not surprised? Okay, anything else?
What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side, you've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you, or doesn't care.
You know who I am?
Yes, there's no end to the misfortunes fate has seen fit to rain upon me.
Sure, but can you tell me about myself, as in who I am?
Who? You are? You lost your human visage a while back. Now let's get on with it. I've got more important things to do.
Wow, this guy. Hey, Angel. The first detectives in the new form 221st. Doc, someone broke my heart.
Look, pal, getting pumped and dumped is not a disease. People live through it all the time. You should be happy for her.
Do you know who this person was? Have I told you?
You must have me confused for a close personal friend. I am not. I am a medical professional with a constant idiot emergency on my hands.
Wow, this guy has feelings.
One needs tending to right now, he thinks, looking around the room. God, these apes. You hear someone whine in the background. My eye, Doc, my eye.
Isn't there anything you can do for me?
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body?
Yes, I want the truth.
You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not a retirement home. We don't have the funds to deal with rock stars past their prime.
So it's political. You're being neglected because of political reasons.
And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate. It looks like Mactorson.
For those of you who don't know, cyanoacrylate is superglue, which was actually developed to seal wounds closed, so sort of, he's using it maybe the right way, but he's really not.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate. It's super glue, Doc.
I think I've had a heart attack.
And you survived it. Congratulations. Are you mobile?
Yes.
Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers your age have coronary trouble all the time. Also, death is a natural part of life.
I guess that's it for now.
Mm-hmm.
The phone clicks. Suddenly you hear the already familiar voice.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
That's a tomorrow thing, right? The serial number, that's a tomorrow thing? Yes, that's a tomorrow thing. His bedside manner is stellar. Hey, you know exactly where you stand with him.
In the cabin, you see a set.
Where do I want to put my point today? Rhetoric might be nice, as that's lowered by 1. Authority is as high as I can get it. Or perception. I should put the police coat back on as well. You know what? Just in case, as there has been a shooting of some kind, let's increase that. And let's put the that back on. For now, at least. Okay, so that was all that good stuff. The Bulls players are down here. Quick save. Hey guys.
Yes?
No, not you. You. Nope, you.
We are still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking.
Found you guys a new bull. Hold out the ball.
What is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't for pétanque.
The old veteran stares at the shot put ball in silence and speaks in the reserved voice.
Now. No need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
I'm very sorry, it's the best I could find.
The best, huh? This isn't even a bull. But fine. I guess you did attempt to right your hooliganism. Consider it forgiven.
-1 for yeeting the bull into the sea, +1 for replacing the bull. Do Maybells mean anything to you, Rene?
I prefer the old name, Insulindian Lily. Girls brought them to young cadets when they entered service. Wearing them on your cap was supposed to bring good luck.
Hold on, is this a royalist military tradition?
It used to be. But the communards were fond of them too. Call them revolutionary flowers. Bells of the revolution.
Did they bring you good luck?
You know what? No. They brought me misery, false hope, and disappointment. The revolutionary sullied them.
He falls silent and the emerging smile withdraws.
You stirred up some bad memories there.
But it wasn't the revolutionaries that sullied the ID for you, was it?
He looks at the old soldier.
She gave them to me too, and your jealous little heart just couldn't accept it.
Enough! I can go over these matters in detail with you, Gaston, but not while we have company. So, officers.
Maybells don't blossom yet, do they?
The lieutenant quickly asks.
Maybe on some remote parts of the city they do. But I think you'll have to wait for at least a month.
Rene, I found your guard booth.
Yes. The Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the nights.
Yeah,
Not out of any political allegiance, mind you.
that is a raw nerve.
I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
He adds with a slight sigh. You must have seen something on the night of the murder. Your booth looks right into the yard.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
Hold on, why are you on leave?
It's a private matter. Nothing to do with your investigation.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid, sick it. A real man's man is just gonna ride it out.
I'm just going to say, word of wisdom from a cancer survivor. Get your stuff checked out. If you don't feel well and it is a persistent thing, please do go seek medical assistance.
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. It's nothing. Just got to cut back on coffee.
Cool. So who was working your shift that night?
No one. The boss has been unmanned since last Monday.
He looks very old and tired.
There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
He nods before hesitantly continuing.
Look, officers. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
Mostly decorative?
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
He tries to argue.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
I really don't want to support Evrard, but I kind of do in this instance. Yeah, sure. Evrard gets it. Big guys looking after the small and everyone working together. I love it.
Can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now?
There's a grimace of pain on the old soldier's face. Looks like he wants to argue but can't find words. Got it, thanks.
Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
Is there anything you can tell me about this rifle? Hold out the antique firearm.
It's a Bell McGrave, 4.46 caliber, breech loading, Revachol made. Good weapon, accurate and reliable.
His moves are quick and precise as he first checks the weapon. then aims it at the sea. This man knows firearms intimately.
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her?
In the basement there. Point to the bookshop.
I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
Thank you for your time. Quick save, because we're going to save scum our way to victory with the skill check.
I like playing in the dark.
Still, all you...
Okay. We're trying to find out what makes him so proud. Or stand so proud. And there's a 42% chance of success.
I like playing in the dark.
Still, all you see is a...
Sharpens your nocturnal instincts, feels like being on recon again, is what he says. Uh-oh.
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal instincts. Feels like being on recon again.
10 attempts later, I think the numbers are just there to make me feel better. I've definitely played games where it seems like the case.
As Rene turns from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly.
I did read that they ran some tests like years ago at this point on loading screens, and people genuinely feel like the loading screen, like something loads faster if you make the little spinning circle animate faster. It could be the exact same length as any other animation, but because the circle moves faster, people think it loads faster. How many medals are there?
2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun.
Look at the cross.
A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle.
Look at the sun.
A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below.
That's not that word, actually, narrator. The medals point to his chest. Did you get them for?
For bravery.
That's what I was going to say. Bravery.
I'm sure. But I know this uniform's reputation. You are also wondering if I got this for raping women or killing babies.
No, I really wasn't. I'm just asking.
Honor is everything to me.
He says with grim finality.
Whoa. Sounds like you're about to open the gates of conversation. This man will literally talk your ear off if you let him wander off to memory lane.
So what did you get the medals for?
For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. When men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shot themselves.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
Saved a princeling?
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frisel thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest.
The old carabinier runs his fingers over the larger medal.
Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatoo feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
I'm trying not to, Rene. I'm trying not to.
He really despises that Drisson fellow.
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camo.
The lieutenant says thoughtfully.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Couronne. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion.
That seems like a tactical decision, or as possibly the lingua franca of today would have it, a noob move.
The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage.
Bastards. Slowly shake your head.
I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw. Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
He pats his right thigh. Okay, then what did you do?
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Capitaine Arnoux, le fléau des chevaux.
Killer of horses?
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me.
He continues, ignoring his companion.
The dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
Johnny Lawjaw. That's no dink, that's a fighter.
So I grabbed the dink and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the jealous freak convinced Frissel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth.
Sounds like you're being modest, Rene.
The old carabinier stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Drizant. 2 days later that was.
That is a long crawl.
And that even whilst crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Hold on, you're just a little bit proud of Rene's heroics, aren't you?
Sorry, officer, but you're reading me all wrong. I'm a man of peace, and these kinds of bloody heroics are only impressive to men like Rene himself. Certainly not to me. How did you find the story to be, officer?
Quite impressive. I'm not impressed. All those heroics warriors now, and they got to play to win. Look after you first. This doesn't seem like a good moment to express an opinion. Lean closer. I don't want to risk it.
Bon Dieu. You and Gaston must be related. His blood runs yellow too.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. They don't end this out for anyone with a service record.
He points to the sun-shaped medal on Rene's chest.
Oh no, you have to get shot.
He nods eagerly.
Repeatedly. And you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Duty is something you will never understand.
He slams the heel of his boot in the ground. Why do you despise Drisson so much?
Because he was a goddamn dandy. Had no business leading men or even being on the battlefield. All he was related. That's it.
Nepotism. Gotcha.
Royal blood alone doesn't make army commanders. He was a stupid kid, only interested in horses, hairstyles, and man-loving. And 782 Royal Carabiniers are dead because of his incompetence.
Okay, thank you for the story, Rene.
Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such men, too. True Eversholians. Men with backbone.
Oh, yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please, bring those days back, if you can.
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
What time am I working on Sunday? 5 p.m. He mumbles through clenched teeth and turns to you.
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
Yeah, I'm not. Thank you for your time. So are you now? Oh, wonderful. I'm sorry about that, babe. Ooh. Experience. Scribbled between the thighs of a page 3 girl. L'origine to disco. Okay, fair. I mean, the person who invented disco was born. So. Probably. I doubt they were like a robot or made in a lab or something. Hey, Roy. I need a stereo, a tape player. Oh, I guess.
Hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
I'm looking for something that plays a tape for police business.
Yeah, we still have those boom boxes on the shelves.
Okay.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boombox, that gold and amber Harmon Waushi, stares at you longingly with its tape reel eyes.
Can I just play a tape on one of the boomboxes real quick?
Sorry, man. I can't be giving out freebies. Never have, won't now.
Can I get a discount on this boombox? A police discount?
A discount? I do have to keep the lights on, man. It's 12 real.
Just don't ask him for the smallest amount. You'll insult him. The others will work. Careful. You can only do this once.
Okay. Let's make it 8 real?
Actually, yes. Let's. 8 is an even better number than 12. Even more internal balance. Better integrity, too.
Okay, but I need money
Hello,
first. So...
hello. Let me have a look.
Access your pawn menu.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Oh, I think I need to keep that so I can put the tape in it. Sell that. Sell that. I'll keep that. That's the lieutenant's. I'm not selling his pen. Sell that. Sell that. Oh, whoops.
Another time, perhaps.
Leave.
The boombox is
there we go.
And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
Yeah, I'm piecing. We're not listening to the tape in his pawn shop. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, current task list. That's happening tomorrow. That's going to happen after that. I need a song. That's in like half an hour in-game time or something. That's just going to continue. That's going to happen tomorrow. That's going to happen tomorrow. I need to talk to Kuno again. Gosh dang it. Tomorrow. Yes. Could do this now then. Tools. Equip the boombox. Wow. Okay. Door gun and Megamix.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is rooted behind the magnetic reader.
Play the tape.
You push Command Set, and the tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
Another loud screech, some kind of machinery.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalson crane.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens too. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice room. I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally.
Presumably this is the dead guy.
I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter.
Wow.
You know, the
Cool.
dance a whore upstairs.
Cool.
Do it Kohoi style.
Can we not use language like that, please?
Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
A click, then silence. The rest of the tape is empty.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrête on your portereel. The tape stops spinning.
What was that at the very end? Silence.
End of recording.
What do you think?
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls.
I agree. He also sounded inebriated.
Still.
Realize you forgot some stuff for dinner tonight? Oh dear. The lieutenant looks at the tape. You're familiar with this look now. It's his look of suspicion.
There's more going on here than we know.
Who's this Corty?
Corty could be short for Cortenard, one of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. Probably the mountain at the harbor gates. Mr. Right to Work.
What's Kohoi?
A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about.
You think he was there?
Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. We would need to know the story of this man's service.
Okay then. What now? Remove the tape.
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you?
He looks
This
around.
seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
As you take out the tape, the boombox tunes itself back to the cheery radio again, spewing out beats like it's a Friday night.
Well, happily, I don't have anything else to do for another half hour in game, really. I mean, I guess I could talk to like Corty, I think. I have no money again. No money. I hate it. It's like real life. But we're just going to go to talk to Classia. I'm going to put off talking to Kuno until tomorrow. Also, that should take me until the end of the stream anyway. So. And then Tuesday's stream, I guess we'll start with talking to the guy who may have seen some things. Although at this point, I don't know what he's going to be able to add. He may have seen Lely get shot, I suppose. I will say also, if at any point I get a game over, and it seems like a no-win state, I don't have the time to replay the game, so that would probably be it. It depends on, as I say, if it's a no-win state or not. So I know game's over you if you get the game over if you can't sleep in your room, for whatever reason. Apparently that gives you a game over, so that'll be fun. I know I've got 11 Real from the rifle. I just don't have 9 from the rest of from everything else in my inventory, unless you can sell the clothes, I suppose. Anyway, bless you.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Titus Hardy gave us a recording where the deceased states his intention to commit rape.
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
On this tape, he specifically identifies you as the target.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
She arches her brow. Those are the exact words he used.
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
She picks the cup back up.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style?
Kohoi was mentioned.
He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Why say things like that? Machismo?
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for?
Coping mechanism?
Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. He was like the Seminese conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezud all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower.
And you spent time with this person, romantically?
We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Kohoi here.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? In Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed...
She thinks.
He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
There is a small measure of pride in her that she could quell the rage in such a being. What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details. She seems okay to talk about it.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Now that you've had some time, can you tell us more about the victim?
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
Oh god, Silver the Hedgehog. It's no use.
Lelystad. That's a good start.
The lieutenant writes it down in his notebook.
We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
Tears out a page and hands it to you.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations recorded neatly in blue ink. The last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
Where is Lelystad? The place, I mean.
In Oranje, officer. It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
Oranje? Oranje's map of waterways? This fits with his tattoo.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
The lieutenant shakes his head like you just missed a shot and darts. You were both from Oranje?
Yes. We were compatriots.
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrek. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
How long do you reckon I'll be? I'm just going to finish this conversation, so like 10 minutes at the most. probably. And then obviously find someone to raid. How old was he, miss?
He was 42.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
Yes, I was right.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no.
The memory makes us smile.
We even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
Looks like you were right, officer.
The lieutenant taps on his notebook once, as though assigning some kind of point. Well, it's not an honor point, and that's all I really care about.
Points are good. Have one, you old dog, before we all die.
I did not know this was a competition, Kim.
It isn't. Police work is a cooperative sport.
This is clearly sports for him. Something like archery or darts.
Still about getting hits right and not missing.
That's too pinball for me. I just like to get autopsies right on the first try. Where were we?
His eye color.
Blue. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe.
She seems to enjoy the word.
It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can remember?
The lieutenant suddenly remembers.
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
He had a tattoo. What did it mean?
Oh, that.
She smiles.
It's clear she liked it.
You liked it?
Quite a lot, yes.
It was an Orange's map of the waterways?
Sure, waterways. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though.
For showing off to chicks? How so?
How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason. He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?"
She points at the air with her sharp-nailed finger picking out an imaginary tattoo star.
And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths."
She lowers her voice comically, apparently.
And so it goes. Star after star. Port after port. Third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them.
You were the woman in this?
Oh, yeah.
She nods. Can you tell us precisely what these mean? Hand her the photo.
No, thank you.
She does not take it.
I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
She pours herself some more coffee.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Oranje needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Semenine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself.
Not a very fun story.
It is when you're high. It can be very exciting then. You have the tools to deal with it. It's not a very nice story to remember when you're sober. A change of topic?
Perhaps, miss, it was communism that killed him.
Is the Union communist? They're a couple of shades pinker than that, no? Social Democrats? They're not hardcore in that way, is what I'm trying to say. What are we talking about anyway? This politics shit is a lot in the morning. Is it even morning?
No, it is in fact 10 to 9 in the evening.
I think she's just tired. She doesn't know what you meant by that. And can you blame her?
I think we're finished with this line of questioning.
All right.
The lieutenant puts the slip back in his notes and observes the young woman for a moment.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Let's return to this later.
Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42?
It's what she said, yes.
Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of mortality. He was 42 years old.
Where is this going?
How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath, you wonder? You could ask either one of them.
Kim, how old do you think I am?
Huh?
The lieutenant isn't quite sure he heard you. How old do I look?
How old? 58.
Oh my god, that's really old. Really?
You asked.
He shrugs. You're probably right. That's about what I look.
Actually, make that 54. Alcoholism has severely impacted your appearance. And I was wrong about the age of the deceased.
Wait. This requires scientific measurements.
Bring it on. I'm not afraid of the truth.
To the laboratorium.
Okay, so date of birth generator. Does that give me a decent thing? Because if it does, I have a skill point. I can unlock a new thought thing. Not particularly, no. Upon completion, your learning cap for logic is raised to 4, and you get -1 difficulty to all physique passives. No, actually, my physique is really bad. If it's lowering the difficulty... Hang on. That might be useful, if that's working how I think it is. Let me verify this elsewhere. Okay, no, it makes them easier. We're doing it. My physique is terrible. Any advantage I can get on physique is to be taken. Your face looks like it's 58. Your body feels like it's 60. Your mind feels like it's lived for 1 day or 100. Both longer than they ought to be, the day and the century. But for how long, then, has this thing attached to your sentience walked the planet's crust? Time to start racking those brains of yours, Elder One. When and where were you born? Boom. Got authority at 7. Grand. And it's 3 minutes to 7. So we do need to talk to Titus again. So that's whatever. Could maybe do that on the way back, because I want to talk to the smoker on the balcony. It says sometime after 9. Technically, I could do it now. Okay. The Elder Ones are walking again. We are the Eldritch Horror. Harry, Super Cop. Entity from beyond the bounds of time and space. That's what the hangover is. It's reality itself impacting on senses that are so much more developed and evolved. Nope. Down.
This window is pristine.
Down. Keep missing the context there because it's so tiny. So, not quite the entire day, but I think good progress has been made. I don't think I can sell those books I bought either, so that's annoying. Anyway, save the game. This one. Triple save! And then, of course, there's the quick save as well. Do we need to find more money tomorrow? Yes. As I have the rifle, which is good for 11 real. The whole needing a place to sleep is a real pain. It is. I'm hoping that something changes in the game world. I know that I can obviously leave the area tomorrow in game, so there might be more money to find, hopefully. But if you game over because you take too long, that's just annoying. Anyway, here endeth the stream. So YouTube, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I really appreciate the support on YouTube. Maybe you can come by the Twitch channel sometime, but you don't have to. But I'll see you around YouTube. All the usual, stay safe, healthy, wholesome, pet your pets, that good stuff. Twitch, let's find someone to raid, shall we? That's not the right window. Is anyone I follow live? I mean, Des is playing Final Fantasy. Let's go raid Des. I clicked the button. It is apparently working in the background. I think Twitch is busted again. Oh, no, I think it's working. There we go. That was very strange. But thank you all for watching. I appreciate the support immensely. Hopefully you enjoyed it. You know, the game is... I'm enjoying the game. It's just a little bit grim in places. And, yeah. Twitch is doing that weird thing again, where it takes far longer to raid than it should. Hey Twitch, you going to work anytime soon? Or are you just going to bomb out and say raid cancelled or error? I think it's going to do the latter if I'm being honest. I'm going to do the thing right now anyway. Pet your pets. Tell them they're good pets. You know, stay safe, healthy, wholesome to you and your loved ones. I truly do wish everyone is safe in these extremely trying times with the panini and the weather. But, yeah. See you around. If that even worked. It appears to have worked.